Barnes and Noble night. So it was nice to see all the little kids without a mask, enjoying their dolphin drinks and going full crazy. So that's it.
Yeah, that's something. Last week I went to the Barnes and Noble night too. I went to commend Miss Mazur, young every way. I had a ball reading to the little kids. A lot of fun. As teachers, fantastic. You guys do a great job, Miss Mazur, over there. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate all your support. Several of you were able to come by and we were so grateful.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll add one more thing real quick. Last week, Ms. Bernardo and I attended our Ocean County School Board meeting where I had Alicia DiLorenzo talk about social emotional learning and about the traumas that we're all going through, and as a result of this pandemic, some different techniques and strategies in order to get through it. She's fantastic. She's incredible. I even shared with my my superintendent, and I think we're going to get Alicia for the fall in Berkeley Township to come and work with the teachers and the students. So it was great. Thank you very much for attending while you were busy.
Yes, so a little busy, and we're also having Alicia come. We're working with her right now,
Yeah,
so we're really
great.
excited to learn from her. She really has a track record of success.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a little different experience. I went to a basketball game. It was good to see the boys playing a game. I was going to, and I think they're still playing tomorrow night, right? Mr. Adams here somewhere. Girls are home, boys are away.
Both are away. Both
Both are
teams
away.
are on the road for tomorrow. Both had good wins last night. Fantastic.
Good. So they're pursuing the state, running after the state championship again.
Yep.
So,
Where are they playing tomorrow night?
The boys are at Delran. I think the girls might be going to.
no, the girls are.
No, girls are at Delran.
Boys are at Oakhurst, I think, or Oak
Yes.
something. No, Academy, I think. Oak something Academy.
And I'm trying to think of the
I don't know where it is. But anyway, was thinking of that. All right. Any other things people would like to share before we get into the business part of the meeting? All right. So let's look at part A, superintendent goals. Number 1, need a motion.
Motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none. We'll call for roll call.
Mr. Staples.
Yes.
Ms. Mount.
Yes.
Mr. Kelleher.
Yes.
Mrs. Servant.
Yes.
Ms. Wingler.
Yes.
Ms. Piscardi.
Yes.
Mr. P.
Yes. B, frontline agreement. Number 1, I need a motion.
Motion?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, roll call please.
Mr. Staples.
Yes.
Ms. Mount.
Yes.
Mr. Kelleher.
Yes.
Mrs. Servant.
Yes.
Ms. Wingler.
Yes.
Ms. Piscardi.
Yes.
Mr. P.
Yes. C, administrative. Number 1 through 8, need a motion.
Motion.
I have a discussion. Well, we have to have a second. Okay.
You want?
All right, second, now discussion. All right, George.
The policy, well, I have no trouble with the policy. Towards the end, it says board or superintendent. That leaves either the board or the superintendent making the decision when it happens, shouldn't be an overall altogether. And the superintendent working with the board to determine that.
So that's a great point, and actually I was talking to Mrs. Mount about that particular phrase, and looking back at the administrative code, it can be one or the other, and the reason why it is one or the other is collectively as a board, if there's a concern with one particular board member, that would sort of funnel through Mr. Page, and then it would be the board bringing it to their attention, and as a board, you could file an ethics violation, and then separately to that, the superintendent can also file an ethics violation on their own for a particular board member if they feel that the actions warrant an ethics review.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah,
Because
sure.
I discussed this with you, but not with everybody here.
Yeah.
The way I read it was like if I post something that Mr. Staples doesn't like, he could say, hey, Gail, take that down. And that's the way I read it. So since this is the first reading, could we maybe change the language that so it's a little bit more appealing to other people?
So we can change the language, but the administrative code is going to reflect that. So despite what we put in our policy, it's still the administrative code that rules, that governs all of you as board members. So we can certainly modify the policy if there's language that we want changed, but just remember that the rights that each of you have that's governed under administrative code and the code of ethics from school boards would still trump our policy.
But since it's already covered by the ethics, this is redundant. This is something that be very appropriate for employees of the district. But as far as the elected Board of Education members, have anything that takes us beyond our own judgment about what we can and can't say, I think it's totally inappropriate to even have a policy that does something like that. Because just as, I don't think it should involve me, if someone at state level said that you would be monitored and anything you said you would be doing, why create a policy that takes away your independence and your own intelligence in deciding what you're doing? I mean, this is overreach. Like I said, it's something that would make a lot of sense for employees, and I believe there is one like this for the employees.
You're right, there is.
But as far as elected Board of Education, I think it's totally inappropriate to even have a policy.
So can I ask a clarifying question? So with that, it's still, regardless of whether the policy is there, the policy just formalizes and has it because those are the policies that govern the school district. So in this scenario, if any board member were to go onto social media and put on disparaging marks about the school district, myself, a teacher, anything that's under the school district, you would still be governed under the fact that the code of ethics that you've all signed as board members.
I agree.
And then also the administrative code that's quite clear that an ethics violation could be possible if you violate it. So while I understand that it can appear that it's redundant, it's actually formalizing the policy because these are the Board of Education policies that govern the school district.
How is it not redundant if the policy already exists under the Board of Education, under the school board? You're repeating exactly what they said, so it is redundant. I have no trouble with the school board saying, hey, this is unethical. You have the right to go to them, or the board member going to them. But it does seem, why are we recreating it when it's already established?
Because it's not part of our directory of policies as the Board of Education. And it is a good practice that comes out, that's why the policy's there, and Strauss Esme is who recommends the policies. And then when we look at the policies, they're either recommended or they're mandated. This isn't a mandated policy, but it's a recommended policy for Boards of Education to have active.
Excuse me, recommended by who?
Recommended by Strauss Esme, which is the company that we use that takes the policies, they put it together for us, they align it to administrative code. And so that's the company that we have that uses that.
And I'll just say, there are a lot of policies that we have, a lot of board policies that we have are essentially policies that are drafted from the administrative code that we have adopted as policy. This is no different. And the other thing too is if I'm a member of the public and I get into an exchange with somebody on social media and I want to see what the board policy is on that, they don't have that available. They don't have the code of ethics available to them on the website. They don't know what you guys signed. So this policy is really no different than a lot of the policies we already have in place. And that's typically where a policy starts. Once a law comes out, once legislation comes out, they essentially draft a policy off that legislation. There are some that are mandatory and some that aren't, but so a lot of policy is redundant.
My only question is the timing on that. So if George wrote like 4 years ago, that the basketball team has stopped. Are we gonna hold that, are we gonna tell George that he's gonna put that down?
No, it would be an active policy, so no one is gonna go on, like, this policy isn't being put into place so that way we can now do a thorough review of your social media. That's not the intent of this policy. It's moving forward as an active Board of Education member that you're cognizant of your role, and then like Craig had said, which is a great point, thank you. It's basically taking the administrative code, just like we do with many other policies, and making it so that way it now is part of the Board of Education policy.
And you say that's not the intent, but could people go back and look through board member social media and come back and say, hey,
They could do that now.
Right.
the next time I'm on social media will be the first time on social media. I have nothing on social media. So they ain't gonna find nothing from me. So that's not a problem. I'm just asking in that regard.
Is this policy any different than the one that we signed?
No, it actually, your code of ethics is a part of that policy.
Correct, so this was just copy and pasted right over there essentially? Is it more strict, is it
No,
less
it's
strict?
taken two places. It's taken from the administrative code, which is included on there, and then also, says NJSA, that's New Jersey Statute Administrative Code, that's 18A, and that's the language, they're pulling it from multiple sources, because the code of ethics that you signed as a school board member was taken from the administrative policy. So essentially, it's taking the information from both pieces and compiling it into a board policy that now becomes active.
And I still intend to vote against it because I think it's redundant and insulting that members of the Board of Education who have enough intelligence and common sense not to get on public media and make ridiculous statements or, you can't do that. I mean, my idea, anytime you restrict anybody's communication in a public forum, you're taking the first step in the wrong direction. And that includes anybody.
It's already
As ridiculous as they are.
It's already restricted.
Well, we signed the ethics, and I agree with that. And we have a state board of ethics who can investigate it. We really got, so we've already dealt with it. We have a punishment lined up, what we can do with it. And this is just another written policy, which in private business and the public, sometimes they just get crazy. And this is just a waste and an insult, again, to the members of the board.
Obviously, you're able to vote however you see fit. It's my job as the superintendent to take policy that's recommended, interpret that policy, look at the impact that it has on our school community and our students and our families, and recommend that policy to the Board of Education. Collectively, if you all vote for it, it would pass, or if you have a majority that would pass. But this is the first reading, and if we don't want the policy to be an active policy, then you can vote no. And this was not meant to be an insult. It's part of my job to take the recommended policies that come our way and bring it to your attention to see if it's something, when it's recommended, that we want to have. If it was a mandated policy, you wouldn't have the option to do that. You would still vote, but in this case, it is a recommended policy. And just to bring it back to what Gail, what you had said, we can change the language of the policy, we can put our own spin on it, but at the end of the day, it's the administrative code and the code of ethics that would trump whatever we put in policy.
Sure, so why have a policy when it already exists? When you already signed it.
But like Mr. Lorenzen said, most of the things that we put in policy are aligned to administrative code. So if we took that logic, we would have no policies, or very few policies.
Man, I will just add, over the last week, I was actually in back-to-back legal seminars, and both attorneys there, I mean, when they talk about things going on in school districts, social media use is one of the key topics across all levels of school districts, whether it's students, staff, parents, board members, and a lot of the case law, unfortunately, is with board members. I mean, we had a board member here not long ago that was resigned from the board for something put on social media. And even the legal teams are recommending that you have a policy. It just like I said, it just reinforces what the district believes in. I mean, we have a social media policy for our staff, we have a social media policy for our students. I don't know why we wouldn't have one for the board as well. I mean, I know you signed a code of ethics, but I mean, we're all held to the same level. And like I said, the policy protects us a little bit. But can people still go out there even with the policy in place and put something on social media that's not appropriate? Of course. But the policy just reinforces what we're trying to do here at the board. And that's all it is. And if you're, honestly, if you're not doing anything on social media that's suspect, it shouldn't really be an issue. Everybody does have their freedom of speech. You're allowed to say whatever you want. That's your right. It doesn't mean there's not consequences for what you say, but that's all this policy really is. It's just supporting what we're doing district-wide with our staff, students, and parents.
Lonnie had something that nothing to do with the policy. Congratulations, Nikki. The district's gonna miss you.
All right, any other discussion on the policy? I have a question on a couple of them here too. This, number 4, the supervisor special project. I tend to not like creation more than admin. I'd rather see it going into the classroom. Could you explain to me how the children benefit from this position?
Sure, so we were looking for an administrative position that was going to have a little bit of oversight and leadership, specifically in the area of some of the supplemental instruction that we're providing.
Instruction meaning.
Basic skills,
Okay.
ESL, we're having an increase in ESL population. Teachers need support coming from administration and additional to the special education population, the increase in numbers, which we're going to hear about this evening. And essentially a big portion of what we're using our ARP ESSER for is to increase staff members. You're going to hear that tonight. And with each one of those staff members that we do add that falls under certified staff, for a non-tenured teacher, that's 3 observations that comes along with that by adding that position and adding that staff member. So we do need to make sure that, administratively we can support the positions that are coming in. We do have an increase of after-school programs. We have summer programs that are running that are more comprehensive. So adding an additional administrator definitely helps that and provides support within the buildings. A supervisor position also falls under the curriculum and instruction area. So while it is an administrative position because of the certificate, a lot of what we do when it comes to budgeting, it does fall within a salary that's not administrative. In addition to that, I had Craig do some research and kind of see, and you can kind of jump in. But administratively, for the size of our district, for the number of students that we have, we are on the lower side for administration, the ratio of students to administrators. So I don't know, and below the cap as well.
Yeah, so every budget cycle, they come out with a county average per pupil that you have to be below, at or below. We're always well below that, and I believe with the last, I forget what it's called now, the Educator's Guide to Spending, whatever that report is called that came out, we were the 3rd lowest in our group of 72 school districts in administrative to staff ratio. So we are pretty low.
If I recall, Mr. Ernst, that's something we've taken great pride in.
We have.
We keep our administrative costs low so we can put it back in the classroom to directly benefit the students.
Absolutely.
That's been one of our goals that I've been on board, and that's 20+ years. So I don't
Yeah, I
understand why
mean,
all this.
adding this position is not really going to have a huge impact on that because it is more of a, it's not necessarily a direct administration position like a principal, vice principal, something like that. It's more like
I
a
know a supervisor.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not.
So it kind of falls outside
The things that you're describing this person's going to do right now are under the surveillance of the principal. So the principal is no longer going to be involved in these things?
No, I think honestly, a big portion of this is going to be, we have an increase of ESL students. And so we're looking for someone that has some experience with working some of these populations, subpopulations, like students that speak a second language, intervention programs, supplemental programs. There's a lot of changes that are coming along with the ESSER. There's different pockets of money that we have to use it for, specifically looking at the programs and the intervention supports that we have in place for students that are identified through INRS. So a big portion of the job description is overseeing the INRS process, which is a part of QSAC. So we have to make sure that when next year is very important for us, it's critical because it's the year that they look very closely at for QSAC. And so there are some things that need to be
Have to be practice.
every 3 years, you go through QSAC.
Okay. Well, wouldn't a lot of it, what you're saying here, fall under the auspices of student services and student board?
So a portion of his job description does have the discipline piece, he's overseeing him. And really what we looked at was trying to look for areas of weakness within our administrative team and areas that we can support teachers better and support our students better. And the idea behind that is to leverage the grant funds that we have available over the next couple of years to kind of help us move forward in these areas of high need. And then this would be a grant-funded position. So in 2 years' time, what we would look at as Board of Education is to say, what is this role? What have they done? What have they demonstrated? What was the need? And reevaluate our administrative team to see if it's something that we wanted to continue or if it was something that we just wanted to live within the life of the grant where there is this extra money available. And part of the support is the instructional leadership that we need in these areas.
Okay, I know it says at the bottom that the money's not getting 2 years, it's eliminated.
Right.
Why would anybody come in and take a job if it might be eliminated in 2 years?
Well,
That doesn't make sense either.
yeah, I mean, that's certainly a concern, and that's why it's part of the job description, because we post that. But for some people, that are either coming directly out of the classroom, they want to take that, right? They want to go to a position so that way they get some experience experience and they can move on. In addition to that, I mean, naturally, every district has attrition. So anyone that's retiring or resigning or moving on to a different position, we would realign to see, look at, take a needs assessment, look at each of the positions, look at our needs for the district, and perhaps there would be another redundant position that was there that has a higher salary, or perhaps there is another, we don't know what the life of the grant will be beyond the A or P ESSER, so there might be areas that come along that support initiatives such as these.
I know the salary said that we have to be negotiated. In my district, we have coaches. So we have special ed coaches for the elementary level, special ed coaches for middle school, high school, language arts coaches, math coaches. Would that be more affordable way to maybe go about this instead of having a supervisor? Because I mean, if you added like 2 or 3 coaches, it could.
It's a great question. So we did look at the cost analysis to be able to look, first of all, a coach wouldn't be able to supervise staff, so they wouldn't be able to do any of the observations. So now for each one of those staff members that we're adding, that would fall on an existing administrator to pick up those observations. But to your point, many coaches, and I'm not sure how they do this in your school district, but they do work 11 or 12 months. And either, there's 2 ways that you can do that. They can have it so that way it's a salary that's calculated to encumber the days that they're working over the summer, or if it's a time card. And depending on, what you're bringing someone in for their 10-month salary, it's actually advantageous to the district to look at someone that can provide the leadership, and then they're also a 12-month employee. So we're talking about ESY. One area that we wouldn't have to include is a coordinator for ESY. So regional day is different, but for the actual district, we wouldn't have to worry about hiring a teacher, which could be up to $6,000 stipend for them to oversee ESY, which is what regional day offers. We also have the after-school programs, and then we have the Title I program that runs over the summer. So that would be something else that the supervisor would work closely with. And we're also going to have it at multiple sites this year because we do want middle school students to be able to go to middle school. So just being able to have that oversight across the district with someone that's well-versed in ESL, literacy practices would be a piece of that, and then just overall instructional leadership. So to answer your question, it would be very similar when you time card someone or looking at a stipend that they would get for their summer days. Because a teacher would only be 184 days, and a coach would fall under that.
How would the salary for this person be negotiated?
So it would be in the administrator guide, so we would have to look at what their guide looks like, and then we would determine it from there.
All right, the job description for the literacy coach. We already have a literacy coach job description, I believe, right? Why is it superseding what was wrong with our other one?
So what we've done here is we actually I tried to look for a reading specialist job description, and there was not one. So what we're looking to do, that's correct. So what we're trying to do is, there are some districts that hire reading specialists and don't require a reading specialist certification. So what we're looking to do is hire someone that has the credentials of a reading specialist that's well-versed in some of the multisensory reading programs that we have, including Just Words, familiar with Foundation as a core program, and then a double dose program. And then also be able to, as I mentioned in the post, that it would be, the primary responsibilities would be working with students. However, it would provide time for the literacy coach to be able to work with teachers if they needed assistance. The one area where we've seen the greatest gain in coaching, and that's why it's a huge portion of ARP. In fact, there's one whole appropriation that we have to use for coaching. It's specific to teacher coaching, and it's the modeling of lessons. Because what we see with professional development often is that we send teachers out for professional development where they sit in a session for the day, and we're expecting them to absorb all the knowledge from that one-day session and then be experts in their classroom the next day. And so what we've seen through Wilson and some other best practices is that the modeling is so crucial when it comes to implementing these programs with fidelity. And if we're looking for programs to be able to truly render the results that's in the research, we need to have people that are well-versed in the program and be able to ensure the efficacy and the fidelity of programs, specifically with our multisensory reading program. We've had some issues with training, some teachers just being trained versus being certified. A certified reading specialist does go through coursework that is specific to diagnosing students with reading difficulties. Most of your reading specialists and some that we've had apply have students with disabilities or teachers with handicap certificate, mainly because you have many teachers that go back to school, they get their reading specialist, and the next piece is for them to get the special education, because most of the students that need have an IEP. So we would be looking for someone that not only holds the reading specialist certificate where they've been trained specifically in that area, including instructional coaching with teachers, but we also want them to have the students with disabilities certificate, so that way they can provide instruction to students with disabilities, and they can also coach teachers in the resource setting and the ICS setting where we're going to see our biggest gains.
So I have two more questions. So if we got somebody who was born in the Wilson or whatever program he or she is certified in, would he or she would be able to turn to it and train our staff? And
That's our long-term goal, is to be able to have someone, and if they don't come with it, a lot of times, like, what we can do is have them go through foundations and become a certified trainer. So then when we have new staff that we bring on over the summer, instead of having to go out and have a consultant come in and do a purchase service agreement, we would have in-house trainers that are certified in these programs that would be able to work with the teachers, and that would, over time, save money for the district.
This sounds like another admin situation, is it? Or is this in the bargaining unit?
No, that's in the Teachers Association.
And would he or she be working one-on-one with the children too, or just with the staff?
Yep, primary responsibilities would be with students, so we would make sure that right now, if we can get the person to start sooner than later, we have lists of students that are falling below proficiency, and we want to be able to provide interventions. And those interventions come out of teachers bringing concerns to the INRS committee. And so right now, we're trying to make it so that way we can provide those interventions to those students. This person would be able to help us out for this part of the year, and then they would be part of the equation when we're looking at a multi-tiered system of support next year. In particular, we're really looking for someone to help us out, as I mentioned, with the multi-sensory reading, and really building a continuum of services for students. Not every student needs Wilson. Not every student needs a specific program. So we're just looking for someone that can sort of give us some oversight specifically in the area of reading.
I'm a reading person. I mean, I'm a basic skills teacher, and I live and breathe reading all the time. But I am going to tell you, I do like this idea, but the other part I see is math. Math is so critical right now. I mean, we're seeing such gaps. As Mr. Truckley had stated in a previous Board of Ed meeting, that there was a study that came out about the gaps. And I don't even tell you about a study. I mean, we all see it. I see it on a daily basis. And I think in reading, we're going to be okay. I say that, you know, but I get more concerned right now with math. And, you know, I'd like to express that, especially when I look through everything with the budget, you know, and I didn't see enough math. I'm concerned. No, I just wanted to say that, and that maybe we look into math some more as well.
So that's a really great point. So what you'll see on next month, we just didn't want to put everything on here. We're still working with the principals. We also wanted to get a little feedback from the Board of Education on the budgets that are here. But we're looking to have, with ESSER money as well, to have a math interventionist that would support specifically at the elementary level. And exactly what you just, you know, what you stated, that they would go and support the teachers and the students at the elementary level of math.
All right, back to the reading special. This is for the elementary school level only? Or is it going to be across all 13 grades?
No, so I think it really goes where the needs are. Right now, we're seeing the need to be at the elementary level, but that person could potentially work at the middle school if that's where we have the need and the need shift.
Is there a certain grade level? Like my guess is your second or third graders are currently struggling the most right now. Is this and how many non-classified kids, non-basic skills kids? How many kids? Do you have a roundabout number of how many are really struggling with the reading?
So I don't have a firm number for you, but what I can tell you is that we're seeing that students that are in third and fourth grade are needing the most support. And it actually makes sense when we look back 3 years. I mean, they missed critical foundational reading and math skills when they were, going through COVID. So what we're seeing is those like third, fourth, and then we have to look ahead to our fifth graders for next year. That's our biggest opportunity to work with students, and that's where we're seeing the biggest, especially third grade. We're just seeing, and that's typically, I mean, outside of COVID, we would normally see our third graders. That's where we really identify students that are struggling, because the rigor really steps up in third grade.
Is that also because as the first grade we start state testing? Is that why we see it there come up?
No, I think that if you know, like in terms of readability and looking at text structure and looking at what we're expecting our readers to do, there's a big pickup from second to third grade where we see the expectation changes, the text complexity changes. And I'll put it in the simplest terms that I learned when I was going through my schooling, and that's simply when they get to third grade, think about how books change, right? In first and second grade, you're reading picture books, there's one character, there's one simple plot, it's not very complex. And then when we get to third grade, we start to get into chapter books, and we're asking them to hold on to information for a long period of time. They have to, notice what that character is doing in a fiction text and be able to hold on to it during the entire text. And that's challenging for them because that's their working memory, also not quite catching up with the text complexity that we're expecting them to read on their own. So really that's where, these programs are going to come in, and what we have to make sure is that we're teaching them the proper word attack skills to be able to decode and encode text, especially when we're talking about multi-syllable words. And then you throw in a complex text, they're even more confused. So that's why third grade, essentially to answer your question, the rigor really kicks up with the books we're expecting them to read.
I went to a workshop on dyslexia, and the best thing I took away was grades K to 2, you learn to read, grades 3 and up, read to learn. So will this person, he or she, have dyslexia experience or working with kids that every district has dyslexia?
We do, we
That's
have
a medical
Right,
diagnosis.
this
Is that a
person
medical
is-
diagnosis, though? That's not an educational.
I know, but
Medical.
to point them towards like the medical.
Maybe, but that's a medical diagnosis.
And that's actually part of the coursework
Educational.
for a reading specialist is going through diagnosing reading difficulties and using assessments to be able to diagnose, something as simple as, it could be dyslexia, dysgraphia, all that would be, it's of course, but again, they wouldn't actually do the diagnosing, right? They would work the assessments and then it would go from there, and a medical doctor would have to give that diagnosis. And in conjunction with a CST, they can certainly do assessments to be able to see. But a part of, that's why we want the reading specialist certificate, because we want someone that has some experience with some of those areas.
All right, and why do we need a licensed clinical social worker?
So the licensed clinical social worker, as you know, the school district, mainly the high school, was cited for disproportionality and discipline in certain subgroups. And a piece of that was a remediation program that we had to submit to the state and get approval. And part of the plan that we submitted was to be able to incorporate a Zen-Den at the high school. And really, the licensed clinical social worker would work specifically within that space to being able to support students. And we would incorporate practices of restorative peace when there are issues that come up with discipline. We don't want there to always just be an infraction. We want to be able to have restorative practices in place to support their social emotional needs and sort of rehabilitate so that way we don't see that behavior reoccurring. We want to be able to intervene and get to the root cause. Also, we chose a licensed clinical social worker because we could bill back a portion of their salary through SEMI. So that is an allowable use, so it actually helps the district out with the cost. And that is a grant-funded position that's required by the restorative steps that we took with the state of New Jersey.
Okay, well, I'm confused then. For 20 years, I've been saying we need a social worker at the high school. And I was saying, no, Mr. Payne, we have guidance counselors, they take care of that, we don't need a social worker. But what's the change here? The guidance counselors have been doing it for God knows how long, since 1976, when it was still opened up. Why all of a sudden do we need a social worker instead of a guidance counselor, when that has not been the direction that it's taken at all?
So I
And
haven't
are we convinced on the downside on guidance counselors? So that we keep telling about guidance counselors who are going to be from the closet. I've heard that story so many times, I get it one before. All right, are we going to reduce our guidance counselors then?
No, because what we had to do with this specifically for the plan because of the disproportionality and the discipline, we had to come up with key steps that we would be able to support students so that way we wouldn't see these discipline infractions occurring and reoccurring. And so the guidance counselors still have their job and their responsibility. This is above and beyond, so that way when there were discipline issues specifically for students that are reoccurring, the licensed clinical social worker would provide sessions for those students above and beyond what's available.
Would they still be getting consequences, or will they just get a talk?
No, there would be consequences, but the consequences are still there, but what we're really trying to do is get to the root cause, so that way we don't have repeat offenders.
And we need a social worker for that.
We need a staff member in order for us to comply with what the state of New Jersey is requesting that we do to address the disproportionality. So,
my presentation stuff, didn't they say they were going to be covering administratively and with guidance counselors? Remember that session she did last year on the whole thing?
We had a presentation last year, and it was Mrs. People who presented it. And because I remember asking, because I was concerned because it was targeting kids who have constant troubles. And because I remember saying, well, is my kid who behaves pretty much on a daily basis going to be handled with the same TLC and babying as, you know, Staples, you know, who doesn't, type thing. Sorry, I'm thinking about it.
No problem.
So I do remember, but it did appear in those conversations that.
And I think I remember asking, do we need a social worker? And we were told, no, we don't.
It was gonna be
Mr.
more
Adams?
council component.
Right, you like my comment,
No,
right?
No, I don't remember that conversation about needing a social worker, not to restorative practices, or to address preventative, to prevent some kind of district problem from happening in schools. So that was the reason why we were trying to put that program together.
Right, and all the teachers went through sensitivity training and all this stuff and all this stuff, right?
All the teachers have been trained. But I think what we're talking about is, we have had some incidents where there's been some explosions by kids in the hallway.
There's been what?
Some explosions behavior-wise. And so we need.
Darn mask, I hate these things, but go ahead.
So we do need some help in that area. What happens is, we don't have the staff enough to work to de-escalate that behavior. And we need the staff to help de-escalate that behavior, so it's not always a discipline issue.
Does it happen so often you need a full-time worker?
Absolutely, because what happens is,
Get out of here.
either we're pulled away, guidance counselor is pulled away. So what this will happen is that we have someone in place that can help a lot of kids deal with their kind of emotional outbursts. And because of the pandemic, we found that more students are dealing with these problems, and we really need to support them and help these kids.
Now, how many guidance counselors do you have at high school? Like,
We have 4.
and you have a staff?
We got
I
a
expect
second.
you have 5.
Right. So with the staff.
Or 1,000 kids.
Correct. So the staff is, I tell you, he basically, so a couple of things that happen. When kids come into our offices and either they commit infractions of insensitivity, we bring them to the set, right? If the kids are vaping, we bring them to the set. If a kid goes out for possibly being under the influence, they go to the set.
That's a SAC's job, I know.
Right. But all these things, and then the SAC, now we have a lot of kids who have more anxiety problems. The SAC is doing it, right? And then what the SAC can't handle, it spills over to the guidance counselor. So we have a lot of kids dealing with anxiety, anger, stress, and so that's a lot of those things are going on in high school, and our one SAC cannot handle it. Then what happens is it goes over to the guidance counselor, and they're not meeting with their kids just based on their academic needs. They're now trying to help deal with some SEL.
And you think a social worker will help with that?
I really do.
Do you have a full child study team with an LBTC psychologist, social worker?
We do. So the main difference with this position is LTSD, so it's a clinical social worker who would have training in counseling sessions. And we're looking, we talked about it's come up a lot at either board meeting or CPAC. In addition to addressing the disproportionality, it was a good opportunity for us to take a good look at the needs overall at high school and having that mental health wraparound program as a component in there. So this position will not just help special ed, it would help special ed and general education. It would be similar to a CAN program like Effective School Solution, where they have the clinical component so that they are trained to do those counseling sessions.
My experience with Effective School Solutions was they only cater to the classified students. So you did say it, but I just want to make sure I heard it correctly. If my non-classified son has an outburst walking through Manchester Township High School, if we choose to hire this person, he or she would deal with my non-classified son.
So there would be levels of support that would be in place. Not every student that has like a bad day would be going to use this professional. It would be our kids that have been identified, whether they're gen ed or special ed, to have access to this real tier 3 mental health component of the high school. In addition to addressing the needs of the significant disproportionality of our special ed population.
If we said yes today, and we hired this person, because we're lucky we can hire somebody, how many kids at Manchester High School would fall into this social workers group?
I would say about 10 right now. About 10 right now.
So you want us to spend $80,000 for this?
So this would be funded through money we're getting through IDEA to address disproportionality.
guidance,
Because I asked the same
five
question.
guidance counselors need help and 1,000 students children.
Absolutely.
Oh,
And I know that for sure because we don't have a supervisor or guidance, I'm the one that's meeting with the guidance counselor, doing a lot of administrative stuff in the guidance office. So I see a lot of things that they're doing and they're severely overwhelmed. And so I think that this person would help the guidance department, would help our special population, and then the general educators that are experiencing some of these things emotionally would help support them as well.
the professors that have no planning, no grading, no lesson plans, and no teaching are overwhelmed by their jobs.
Absolutely. I mean, they do so much because remember, a kid comes down to the office and sometimes a kid sits there and wants someone to talk to because something happened at home. And then 5 kids come down for for college scholarships, and then they're trying to run groups, and then teachers are emailing them because there's something going on in the classroom. So the guidance council is a revolving door. Something's always going on.
Okay, I respect your opinion, but I'm going to respect your disagree.
From my understanding here is that we went through this sort of practice and want to go that way. And with that, everyone's going back to school full time. Behavior is not a secret. The discipline is out of control across the entire country right now. And the biggest part about the restorative program, the governor's grant that we were talking about last year, was that you have to provide equity. And if we have disproportionality, and this is a person we need to bring on to help address those issues, to prevent all of the excessive discipline that's happening in an unfair way. I mean, I don't know how we're going to argue against it. This is what I'm hearing, what I know about what's going on.
My question though is, you said 10 kids for the,
I would say that we could pick off the top of our head right now that are identified, mostly through special ed right now, to be honest, because of that disproportionality, and we have the data from that. But across the high school, like when we had discussions when Mr. Adams and I had discussions with teams about this, there are so many teachers and child safety team and guidance members saying, oh, I know this kid, and would give a detailed example of why this service would be necessary for this child who might not be special ed, but general ed, and just to have that clinical component and that access to that type of treatment plan would benefit. It would also include not only just the counseling in the school, that clinical therapy component in the school for the individual, but they also would be trained and doing group therapy, and also family therapy to bridge that homeschool connection as well, where families may not necessarily have access to that other one.
so their caseload, you have, so I misunderstood you then. So you have about 10 kids that you can target right now, that would definitely be like the first 10 that would be part of this person, but they could end up having a caseload of 30 or 40 kids.
Oh, easily.
Right, but if we just look at
Okay,
it.
so I misunderstood you, so.
Yeah, and that data, just so you know, comes from kids that are our frequent flyers that we're having, meetings, manifestation determination meetings today. Is this part of their disability, or is this another component? So this was another way to address that disproportionality, but at the same time benefit the whole school community.
And the other thing too is that we can look, this is just the startup piece of this position, the funding's there and it falls under the umbrella of special education. But what we can do is look to braid some of the federal funds that come in, and I say braid because you can use it from different pockets. So if there's money available specifically in Title I, or even, Title IV, which looks at mental health, we can use some of the other areas, so that way it can open up the students that we're working with, so they don't have to have an IEP.
And
And
then
also
one more
address
question.
our store students, the ones that are at risk for dropping out.
Well, with this, how do the hours work with this person? Because you're saying that there's going to be a family component counseling, so they're obviously not going to be on the same schedule as the teachers because, most parents are probably working till 4 or 5 o'clock at night.
So, we're really in the beginning stages of this, and getting it approved. We do have a curriculum, and we put obviously a job description. We're looking at creative ways, whether it would be flip-flopping instead of parent-teacher conferences or back to school night necessarily, like when we can have the accessibility for families. And I think at this point, we're all very proficient at Zoom and Google Meet type of virtual meetings that we are finding, and I know even
see this even being beneficial with the AP children as well, with this, the high, you know, I have one of those that is beyond anxious all the time. She's a severe type A, and I left her with a panic attack before. With somebody like that, you know, like that also helps, you know, not just the special ed, the regular ed, you know, like the higher kids, they don't, you know, they need different coping mechanisms, and I think that could also help there.
Would we utilize this person to do maybe like assemblies and stuff too, like?
Yeah,
So
we really want somebody that is going to be dynamic, not only in their clinical experience, but really with training of our staff as well. You know, like a face and name with mental health and how it looks and how it presents and how it doesn't see any type of boundaries with regards to your intellectual abilities or home life, that it is everywhere, and really kind of creating a culture that is aware and knows how to handle those situations.
All right, any other discussion from anyone? All right, we have first and second motion, we have a discussion, I'll call for a roll call vote.
Okay, Mr. Staples?
Okay, here on. No on 4, 5, and 6, yes on the rest.
Ms. Mount?
No on 6, yes on the rest.
Mr. Keller?
I'm yes.
Mrs. Servnek?
No on 3, yes on the rest.
Ms. Quimber?
No one thinks yes on the rest.
Ms. Viscardi?
No on 4, and yes on the rest.
Mr. Pate?
No on 3, 4, 5, yes on the rest.
Okay.
Could you tell us the result of that, but that was kind of convoluted.
I will give them to you, I can't do it right now, it's a lot.
Okay. All right. All right, G, personnel, number 1 through 12.
Motion?
Any discussion?
Congrats, Mrs. Weaver.
Yes.
We're gonna miss you, I'm gonna be crying with you.
I just have to say, this district really has been a blessing to my life. Had an extremely rewarding career, and I certainly wish you all the best. I'm so happy that I have the rest of the year with you, with all of you to continue that. It's just been amazing, so I thank all of you.
All right, number 9, just John Manzo, what's he going to be teaching?
This is the new behavioral disabilities classroom.
Okay.
And I do have one correction on that, it's also, instead of step 9, it will be step 10.
Step 10.
It says May 2nd, so we're gonna open up a behavioral classroom, and it's only gonna run for 1 month.
So what we're going to do is actually, so that way we can do transition. So we're gonna have some of those students that are coming from out of district placements do partial days here, so that way we can support them here, and they would also have their resistance program that's after out of district placement.
So we'll be doing split day programs, and then when they come to Ridgeway to get mainstream back into a least restricted environment, how many students, and their parents, obviously, they're a big part, are on board with this?
So we have, I would say between 3 and 4 students right now. We've also identified some students in district that would really be the best environment for them. So right now, what we tried to do when we worked with Craig to do this was to make sure that it would be prudent for us to do that financially. And so we looked at the cost for the out-of-district placements, the salary, the benefits of the program. And so having 3 to 4 students right now will justify it, and then we hope to expand that program next year to bring more students back from their out-of-district placement.
I think we should move it up, like, not May, maybe move it.
Yeah, we're trying, so, he's coming from a district that's very close, and I spoke to their superintendent, and, she's going to do everything she can as long as it's approved, he's approved this evening, she's going to post the position that he's in tomorrow, and she doesn't, anticipate any issues being able to staff it before, but like Melanie just said, 60 days notice is required for anyone that's under contract.
Does he have experience with BDE?
He does.
And I know that you said it's temporarily going to be housed at Ridgeway, but Ridgeway has all the ELL, so now they're gonna have all ELL, and then they're gonna have all behavioral, like.
Not all behavioral. So really, right now, that's where we've identified the open classroom to be, and that's why right now I can't say, I don't want to say that with full faith that it's going to stay at Ridgeway. We have some decisions to make. You're going to hear that tonight from Mrs. Petrosa and some of the things that are coming down the pike. And specifically a magnet program. We have all of our students going to Ridgeway. However, what you'll hear tonight is that most of our ESL students' home school is not even Ridgeway. So in order for us to truly make our elementary schools equitable, we have some decisions to make, but we do need this program right away. So Mrs. Mazer was able to identify a space for us. Thank you very much. I know the space is at a premium, but that's just where we're going to house it for this year.
Where are you putting everything?
It was going down in the 5th grade wing, so through attrition in the last several years, our enrollment was really going down, now we're going on the upswing. You have a very large classroom that's being utilized by a replacement teacher for students, so I would move that replacement teacher for those periods into another classroom, and then we would be able to utilize that.
Okay.
What is the grade level span for these kids? Are we gonna have like 3, 4, and 5, or we keep it close?
I believe as of today, when I spoke with Mrs. Antonucci, it was at 2, 3, 4. That's still correct?
Yeah, they're all within 3 years.
Okay, and then,
Meaning 2, 3, 4, like second, third, fourth grade.
you do, like, I don't wanna see this program fall apart. I've been opponent of having a behavioral program in-house for years, so thank you for, looking at that. Do you anticipate the program will continue to grow with other kids just within our home district?
I do, and you'll see, when I go over my budget tonight, we're starting, and we do have it in the school level as well. We have it as well, so we definitely would have, almost a feeder program, if you would, if the program is placed for those students, the nutrition that they then can go into the municipal.
All right, any other discussion? Call for roll call.
Mr. Staples?
Yes.
Ms. Mount?
Yes.
Mr. Keller?
Yes.
Mrs. Servant?
Yes.
Ms. Winkler? Ms. Biscardi?
Abstain from Ridgeway School, Danielle Reeves, and yes on the round.
And Mr. Page?
Yes.
And Mr. Page, just to go back to, I guess it was Administrative C, everything passed but number 6.
So the others did pass number 6.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So now we're up to the budget portion of it?
Does anybody need a break real quick before we start?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Can you just kill the camera, please? You guys ready? All right. So before we get started, I just want to give you just a really quick kind of where we're at with the budget at this point. So obviously, we are still in the process of getting the budget capped. I'm estimating somewhere between 750 and 850 we'll have to reduce the budget to get the cap. Assuming that we get flat CD, and that's a number pretty much that we deal with every year. And we find ways to do it with minimal impact, so we are still working on that. We will be in year 5 of 7 of Senate Bill S2. The state aid reduction should be getting smaller at this point, so we don't know what impact that will have yet. The governor's address is March 8th, so we should have our state aid by March 10th. Budgets are due to the county office by March 28th. That was the reason we pushed back our regular board meeting. Federal aid is currently being budgeted at 85% of what we received this year, although we are hearing we could get more money. As of now, unless they tell us otherwise, we're budgeting at 85%. Our tuition income from Lakehurst, we don't expect a big change there. Their enrollment's kind of stabilized a little bit, so we don't expect a big swing there. Property values increased this year by about $21 million. So that should help a little bit with the tax rate. The average home increased from $199,300 to $200,290. And then just a quick overview for those of you that have not been here. We kind of take a modified zero-based approach. We don't necessarily start at 0 everywhere because there are things that occur, but just because we did it in the previous year doesn't mean we're going to do it again. So that's kind of where we start. 85% of our budget is occupied by five things in our budget: salaries, health benefits, liability insurance, transportation, special education. So we don't have a ton of budget to play with. So that's why, as we go through these meetings, in central office, we try to get the priorities. We try to see what we're looking to accomplish, what we're looking to achieve in the upcoming budget year. And that's how we that's how we kind of get the cap. We put the priorities first and kind of push other things off to later or possibly later in the following year if things break correctly. A couple of things that we're dealing with this year that are going to have a significant impact next year on our budget. Transportation costs, number one, both in-house and outsourced. The cost of fuel, as you guys all know, is higher than it's ever been. Salaries for transportation staff are increasing. So that cost is all being passed on to us. We contract out a good portion of our special ed runs to the Monmouth Ocean and Services Commission. We're paying roughly $150,000 a month for transportation. So that's going to continue to have a fairly large impact next year. Natural gas, I don't know if you've received your last gas bill, but natural gas costs are skyrocketing right now. Again, we have 6 buildings, administrative buildings, things like that, so we're expecting to see a pretty substantial increase there. Even lieu, these are the payments that we make to families that send their children to private schools that would live within 20 miles of that school. Even lieu has increased this year 150% due to the shift in population that's going on in Manchester. We were typically paying anywhere between $30,000 and $40,000 a year. We are estimating finishing this year around $100,000. And that number seems like it's going to grow. So that's going to be another area of concern that we have to take a look at, and we may have to direct funds there. Liability insurance. I mean, obviously, if you guys have watched the news, insurance markets have been clobbered over the last couple of years. That all does trickle down into the insurance that we get. Cybersecurity insurance is expected to double this year from what it was last year. Our liability package looks like we could see a 35% increase over last year. Health insurance, that's the big question mark. I mean, the last 2 years premiums have decreased. So it's kind of hard to judge where that is. As the VA and knowing how the state plan has worked in previous years, I'm waiting for that shoe to drop and there would be a large increase. So you have to kind of anticipate something. Minimum wage is increasing again by January. It'll be up to $14 an hour, and I think there's one more year after that. So obviously that has an impact on all of our subs and the rates we pay. The other thing is the shortage of subs. So our class coverages, which is our staff covering for other staff, whether they're out sick, they're in PV, whatever it is, meetings, that is as high as it's ever been since I've been here in the 14 years that I've been here. And then obviously meeting the needs of a fast increase in ESL population and our special ed, our kids that are classified, that number has jumped fairly significantly since last year. So these are some of the major cost drivers, and these are the things we have to look at very closely. As I said, the budget is due March 28th, and then when we have our regular board meeting, God willing, we will have a tentative budget to submit to the county for review, and we can provide a little bit more information. You'll get a majority of the information tonight. What I provide you next in a couple of weeks will just be a general summary of what we were able to do, what we may have had to reduce, and things like that. So, with that being said, Alex will be our first one tonight.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
Our fund, we're paying off. When's our next fund? Soon, right?
We have one that's 6 years away. And then we have, then we have one.
We finance it, is that one?
Yes. And then we only have 2 left.
I know.
Three, I'm sorry. We have 3 left. We have two that are about 5 or 6 years after next year, and then we have one that's around 10 years.
I have a question too for you, Craig. With all this aid in lieu and all these monies going out, are we verifying addresses to make sure that we're only paying for students that are
Yes,
in
we
our
are.
district?
That is something that's funny. It was something I just talked to Michelle about not too long ago, and I am going to talk to Tom and Jackson and kind of see how they go about that, because they've been dealing with, aid in lieu on that scale for a much longer time. So we are trying to come up with a way to do that.
That's one of the biggest complaints I have from people in ShopRite, not listening. You're educating all these kids that don't even live in Manchester. I see them getting dropped off every morning. get on, they drop off at the corner, they get on the bus, you think it's still my taxes, they're paying for them. What are you doing about that? That's the biggest complaint I have.
Could we maybe, I know it's gonna be inconvenient, but maybe, you know, for September, everybody has to show reproof of address?
Well, they do, when they apply for Aid in Lieu, they have to show proof of address, so we do verify addresses.
I'm not just talking about kids that are applying for Aid in Lieu, there's kids attending schools that don't,
Oh, yeah.
that live in other towns, so maybe if everybody had to re-verify their addresses, so that way we,
Sorry, that's my third phone call from Germany.
I mean, it's definitely something we could do.
Your car insurance is that.
All
Alright, so,
How many, I just want to
I'm sorry, go ahead.
how many private school students do we have? Because we talked about impacting the budget, and we haven't had that information on the report in months. And I did send the students up here to show them.
Yeah, so it'll be on the March enrollment report. I don't know how many we have at St. Joe's and places like that. But those kids were transported. These would be kids that are going to some other schools that we don't provide transportation for because we can't. We just don't have the bus. Michelle may have a better idea on that number, but it's grown. It's grown.
Have we had any interest yet in transporting new residents in our town to private schools in another town nearby? Did I get it? Did I say that right? Or did I say that? Okay.
You talking about doing like a shared service?
I don't know, like residents moving into like Holyoke, all over the place. Their children go to private school in another town. We had any interest in, any inquiries yet on providing transportation to take them to their schools yet?
No, not that I know of. Any other questions?
I know many districts have a huge thing.
Yeah.
Annual textbooks you have to pay.
I mean, one of the things that's gonna help us a little bit is kind of what Bridget was talking about, is if we are able to bring students back from out of district placements, we do transport those kids there too, so we'll have a cost saving by bringing them back in. Obviously, we have to have a staff member, but then we'll also have a cost savings from transporting those kids, and it may actually free up some routes for other stuff to do.
will that save us money though? Because isn't there like a program where we're getting 90% funds or over?
Yeah, so, extraordinary, we're being funded at 90% of what our submissible costs are. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that say $1 million goes straight to special ed. It becomes part of the pot of revenue that we develop our entire budget on. We get extraordinary aid, we get IDEA, we get special education aid in our state aid package. So those three things roughly come out to about $3.5 million of our total $60 million budget. So it assists with the budget process, but it doesn't cover all of our special ed costs in-house and out of district.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to get Alex started, and while he's presenting, I'm going to go make some copies of what John sent out yesterday. I guess didn't make it.
I created my own one. Did you get it?
Yeah, you got it.
Evening, everybody. So from a budget perspective, I don't have a lot of funds that I'm responsible for in terms of discretionary spending. But what I have done in your budget summary is just highlight some of the areas that do fall for me. And the first of that is the vocational program. Again, this is a number that we're expecting to be flat for next year in terms of the number of kids who are taking part in the vocational programs. But it is a big chunk of money, $200,000, which is about flat from last year. The other thing that has been kind of a benefit from the COVID scenario and technology is home instruction, when we do need to provide home instruction for students. And we have been able to do that virtually, which does a couple things. First of all, it gets started more quickly because teachers are more likely to be able to do that. They do it after school, they still do it outside of the school day, but it becomes a more efficient way to deliver instruction. So we are expecting similar costs in terms of home instruction, but it has been one of the benefits to be able to start that instruction when kids need it and give them all the instruction that they need. And the feedback from the teachers and the students has been positive from the way that that's been delivered. We've also continued with our testing with the PSAT and the SAT at the high school, and we will be continuing that for next year as well. And then the other little summary that I provided was on our safety initiatives. And while this does not come out of the local budget, a lot of this is funded through safety grants. we really, over the last couple of years, have been able to address a number of things, and just most recently, cameras going in on the interior of the elementary schools as well as the exterior, which really puts us at a point of starting all over again, because now the high school has the oldest cameras in a lot of ways, because they haven't been addressed for a while. So at the elementary schools, they all got the new paging phone systems in each classroom, which has been great, which gives the teacher the opportunity to call the main office, call another classroom, call out to the police, God forbid, if ever be needed. So it's been a nice upgrade from a safety perspective, as well as just a communication within the building perspective. So having completed that now with all the elementary schools, we can kind of turn our attention to some additional safety glass features and some of the other exterior doors. And then again, start to get some of the cameras back at the high school, where some of those cameras are, it's our oldest system.
I have two questions. It says the mentoring program for novice teachers.
Oh, right.
Do we pick up the whole tab, or
We
do
do.
the teachers pay for half of it?
We pick up.
We always have.
And then,
Many districts, the teachers themselves pay for it.
yeah, in my district, when I was the mentor, the teacher had to pay.
We've always done it.
And with the 200,000, does that include mates, PAA, and then like the hands-on?
Both the half day and the full day programs.
What is that per child now? Is it up to, is like 9, 10,000?
No, per child, no.
Is it
It
really
only be 20
not?
kids,
Yeah.
10,000 kids.
No, that's right.
No, I think it's, to be honest with you, I'm not sure. Craig has the actual figures for each kid.
10 years ago, it was zero.
It's 10 years ago,
Now
it was
it's
zero.
increased significantly.
Yeah.
When we're allowing kids to go, since it's so expensive, I'm not talking about mates, PA, and those schools, and I think vocational is great, like the hands-on, I
Sure.
love the idea, but like, are we sending kids that have horrible attendance and horrible behavior, and, you know what I mean, like, we're gonna send them to Voc and spend all this money, but then they're not gonna do well there?
Well, again, kids apply, those are all programs that you have to apply to be accepted into, so they're demonstrating whatever they need to demonstrate to be accepted into those
I think
programs.
the vote
Whether or
programs,
not
they start missing days, they kick them out.
Again, a
they
lot of
do.
those programs are
They don't
time
have a say
sensitive,
because
so
they're
you
tested.
can't be absent and get a certificate.
They're very, very strict on that.
Do we get money back if a kid does not complete, like, so?
We pay monthly,
We get
so
the
if
kid
we
back.
only have so many kids, then we'll need to.
We get the kid back if they get.
Yeah,
We're
and
not
certainly
still
there's
paying
been
for it.
times where, you know, when we don't have the opportunity to just say to a kid, no, you can't come to school tomorrow. They have the opportunity, and obviously, we're always advocating for
And they
kids, so.
exercise it, they do exercise it. They're
I know,
very-
I have some students that are.
Sometimes
on the
too
cusp of
quickly,
it.
but.
All right, question I have, Mr. Testing. How much of your budget is testing?
Just $15,000, $16,500.
Is that covering subs or any of that kind of stuff?
No, we really don't need too many subs the way that we're delivering the testing, because we're doing it on, we're either testing multiple grade levels for the start
So
of
aren't you
it.
pulling teachers out of classroom and having them monitor?
We've been
the
doing
testing?
that on a delayed opening schedule, so that
No,
way.
I'm talking about across the schools, because I hear that complaint all the time. You know, the teachers are being pulled out of their classrooms and sitting there watching the testing, which is all electronic now, they don't even do things on
With
paper.
the elementary, I think he's asking, like, for
Well,
our
no,
small
in middle
groups.
school, I was in middle work, I was in more middle school, but okay, maybe it is going to up.
No, the only testing we're doing at the middle school is to start strong.
So we're not pulling teachers out of their regular assigned duties?
No.
I think you might want to check that.
So, for the NJSLA, don't we have small group sessions that we have?
We do have some small groups, but the kids aren't, those students are not being, some kids aren't in a regular class. Everybody is testing for that
I
time.
think you
So
might want to-
nobody's missing class because their teacher's being, unless I misunderstand the question.
Okay, no, that's okay. Put it out there. I'll make sure I have my facts straight before.
Yeah.
I thought it was middle school, not just maybe elementary school. I'll try to find out.
And again, at the middle school as well, if we're gonna do the start strong, or we're doing NJSLA testing, the
And
whole
so-
building
So
is.
tired of teachers getting pulled out of their classroom, not being able to do their job because they're doing something else.
Right.
And the principal, I can imagine how frustrated you guys are. It has to be super frustrating for you. Okay.
Yeah, it's more about lost instructional time for the whole
Exactly.
building as it is for
Yeah.
individual groups who are or not using.
Because if you pull a teacher out of the classroom to go monitor a test, you're putting a sub into the classroom, the teacher should be in the first place.
No,
It's not
that,
educationally sound.
because somebody's gotta test those kids that the teacher's being pulled out for, which can only be a certified teacher in the building, so those kids are not being left
But the
with
test is
someone.
all electronic.
What's that?
The tests are all electronic.
Test is all electronic, but it has to be delivered by a
How many
certified.
teachers do you need to monitor? I'm questioning, obviously, I'm very conflicted things.
Every test administrator is a full-time certificated teacher in our district. So nobody will be left with a sub.
Okay, next time I get complaints, I'll try to get more facts.
Yeah.
Or send them to us. We're happy to field these questions if they have testing questions, not for the general public. Anything that's testing, like we're talking about, start strong.
Teachers are afraid to come to you guys because they're afraid of repercussions. That's the reason teachers never come, they complain to us because they know that we're not gonna come down on what's on the bricks. They're afraid if they complain about what's going on in their building, they're gonna get dumped on. And that's why we have that.
Well, let's try to create a culture where we have
Try to
teachers.
create it, but that ain't enough.
Yeah, the only way to address it is to
I'm so
understand.
tired, I'm really thinking about going to Stop and Shop because I'm so tired of the process and stuff. You know, it's crazy. As soon as I hear, are you Mr. Pate, I just cringe. I know here it comes. You know? Or did you know? Did you know? Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Well, they should. Gentlemen, principal, do you want to come up? Thank you, ladies. Are you ready?
We are. First, we would like to say good evening. For the superintendent, who is the city working, Mr. Bernardo, and of course, good evening to the members of the Board of Education. And we again want to thank you for your service to the students of our community, and thank you for hearing us tonight and honoring our request, we hope. And we look forward to hearing from you regarding any questions or concerns that you may have regarding our budget this year. We have worked very hard to collaborate with one another and worked in concert with the Department of Curriculum in terms of how we could best serve all of the elementary age students of this community. As all of you know, depending on where you live, we know that all of our schools have different personalities based on the sizes. My school is the middle school in Big Heart. And of course, the middle school in terms of the middle size of the school, and then of course the small school, the largest of the elementary schools. However, because all of the students go into the middle school, we do our very best to make sure that their experiences remain the same in terms of their academic experiences. You know, that the personalities and the cultures may differ, but the experiences should remain the same as much as possible. And to that end, we do our very best, like I said, to work in concert with Mrs. Pedrosa's department to make sure that that happens. So tonight we'll be presenting our budget and talking a little bit about the academic programs that we have been working together on. Each one of us will discuss certain components of those, and then we will discuss more fully some specific items related to our individual buildings. So in doing that, I first want to start by talking a little bit about the consistency of the programs that we have been working on together. Thanks to local funds and the curriculum department, we continue to use programs like the Ready Reading Program, the Foundations Program, Mystery Science, and this year we are adding Generation Genius, which happens to be a science program as well. It does have a laboratory component, a live streaming component, and also it is a aligned with the next generation science standards. Also in alignment with some of the other items, Mrs. Mason will be talking a little bit about some things regarding application, some of the things that we do that are related to technology, and Mrs. Walden will talk a little bit more about how we align things that relate to social emotional learning. And then, as I said before, each one of us will talk more specifically about some of the things that we're doing in our buildings. I also just want to highlight that we did talk a little bit about in our highlights how we have been exploring a little bit about the idea of trimester, and we've done that. Just thinking a little bit about how best to serve our students in regards to the idea of being able to have students work more fully over a longer period of time with their teachers before assessments, of course. Having the idea of consistency that would allow more time for academic instruction, perhaps even adding additional time for parents to be in the springtime at the elementary level, not just in the fall. And then, of course, giving more teacher articulation time. So we did very recently, in the last few days, even discuss that with teachers and collaborative activities about that idea. So we are looking at that as a possibility, something that the board might consider on behalf of the elementary schools.
So you would, I just want to clarify, so instead of having 4 report cards, they'll have 3 at 60 days?
They would have 3. So we would have 12 weeks, 12 sessions of school.
And when you polled your teachers, were they in favor of this?
Our teachers overwhelmingly.
99%. We have
I'm
one.
sure it would make it easier for an elementary teacher. Like, for report card reasons and stuff, to have to write out 20.
Well, that, and they also felt that it gave them more time to really get to know the student, and before they have to assess them and make a final decision about a grade, there was more time for that instruction.
Overwhelming support. And a lot of the teachers even commented about the idea of, even if you have parents that you meet with even in the springtime, that allows you the opportunity to talk to parents about summer programs, talk to them about how a student has progressed over the course of the entire year. So that 12-week period even gives you more time to look at growth, to look at how a student is doing. So we really have gotten a lot of support.
My question on that, Ms. Rupp, would be, it's a longer period of time before parents are really see their children are struggling.
Well, not really, because we would do conferences as we normally would. I believe we approved the schedule for next year, and our conferences are at the end of October. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, so we
I'm
definitely.
probably the deafest person here, so if I can.
We're gonna definitely have the conferences in the fall. We're gonna definitely have the conferences in the fall, so that we feel that's extremely important to get the start right away. And there's always, when we do our progress reports to the parents, there's always a box to check off at any time throughout the year if you want to have a parent-teacher conference. The teacher can check that, or the parent can check that. So we're not going to let that go. So the other thing that they really loved about that was, so if we, to make this work right for the trimester, we're going to have a 6th prep a week. So right now, you have, it's like an extra prep period for them. They have 5, 1 for each day. And we would have a 6th period, a 6th period prep. So it wouldn't necessarily be 6th period, it'd be whatever period it falls into for that. So this would give us an opportunity to run PLCs on a weekly basis, have more time to do professional development where we don't have to worry about a sub, we have that devoted period to that. And it would give, most importantly, more time for collaboration. And that's what we're lacking. We're not having the opportunity for our special ed teachers to collaborate with the classroom teachers where, they have that shared time. So this affords us that opportunity as well. So we were very excited about that as a possibility as well. Again, we surveyed them, we're talking about that, and we're hoping that this is something that we can look at for the future. Thank you. Ms. Swift. Also, I wanted to mention, you probably have noticed when you looked in our budget that some of us may have mentioned something about an art or a STEM club, and others didn't. It's basically the reason for that. That came out of the ESSER 2 funds We all have it. We're all doing it for a 2-year period of time, thanks to those funds. So it's not something we need to approve for, so I apologize if it was not something you saw in there, but we are all doing it. We're just doing it at little different times. Some of them, like I know at MTS, it's 3 weeks for art, 3 weeks for STEM. They flip-flop. I have the different grades at different times. We work all with transportation to make sure we were able to transport students home for it. Mine is a Monday after school, and then it's Tuesday and Wednesday.
At Ridgeway, it's a little bit different. So our Title I program, which I'll talk about in a minute, we have a very extensive power hour club going on 3 afternoons a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday after school. And then with that, we also have a learning loss for some of our special ed students. That's going on after school.
And we all have the learning.
And we all have that. And then in addition to that, in the morning, I also have 2 more mornings where we have more Title I students who receive more. It's another power hour club. So basically, I have power hour 3 afternoons a week plus 2 mornings a week. So our issue at Ridgeway was a little bit more related to staffing. And for me to get the STEAM club off the ground, I needed teachers to teach that. And basically, the people interested in teaching extended courses, we're all teaching in other areas. So we're all ready to go. I have 75 students who have really, their parents have permission slips on file now that they're ready to go for the STEM club, which will actually be in the mornings for 8 weeks. It's going to be starting March 30th until the end of May. And then in addition to that, we also now have our art teachers interested in providing the art club. So we're going to extend our STEM now to STEAM and be able to have a component that will be the art club. And that will also start March 30th. Those letters are going out this week. So we do apologize if the line items didn't all seem to correlate to each other, but that's really what it was, is that we're all providing the same thing, but it's really
The way you did it, Ms. Mazur, does it afford more kids the opportunity then? Because if they stay after for power hour, then they can come in early and do art club.
That was exactly my reasoning and my concern is because I have so many students in the after-school program, I didn't want it to be they had to choose an academic over an enrichment program. I wanted everyone to have an opportunity. And the nice thing is now everyone does with the morning. It did work out for me, the morning STEAM club, because all of those parents, the 75 of them said, yes, I'll drive them to school. And some of those students still stay after school for power hour. So, and now with the art letters will go out this week, that would even open to up even more students, but who have an interest in art and aptitude in art, they'll work with our art teacher as part of that club now.
And at MTS, it's just the opposite. Our Title I program is in the morning, and our art STEM club is in the afternoon. And I also wanted to mention that all 3 schools were able to use the extra 2 funds for social emotional learning. We have Sarah Stevenson with her mindfulness assemblies for our students and staff, as well as university. So that is also a benefit. You don't see it in our budget because that was through the ESL. I hope that answered any of that questions for you as well.
Okay, so I'll jump into parent engagement. But first, I just want to join my colleagues in saying, just thank you so much for your support. We all know it's been such a difficult last few years, and knowing that we've had a board that really always has the best interests of the students in mind has been so important to all of us. We truly, truly appreciate everything that you do. I did want to talk about parent engagement a little bit, which is also consistent in the 3 elementary schools. All 3 buildings provide parent engagement programs throughout the year. We each have 4 parent engagements each year. And they assist parents with strategies in both ELA and in math. I'm so excited that we are going to now be able to take our virtual programs and be in person starting in March. So I'm really excited for that pizza party and more of the hands-on opportunities. So we're all ready to go for that. Although we started, like I said, we're virtual, we've had such great participation all through. So we're excited that we're going to now be able to be in person. We also have our extended day programs in all the buildings and Title I programs for MTS and Ridgeway. However, Whiting has been able to provide the same type of programs that the other 2 buildings have as well. So we've made sure that even though Whiting is not Title I funded, they are still able to do the 4 parent engagement programs and the extended school year program
kind of summarizes a little bit about what we all collectively do. Does anyone have any questions or anything?
I read it, one of them, I don't remember which one you put in here, but you're trying to keep your class size at 22. I thought we had always below 20, always not told. And now I'm seeing 22 plus all the kids that are moving in, you're going to be up closer to 30. You're not careful there.
It's
Is the reason why we
definitely,
shifted away from 20 as a classroom size down to up to 22?
it's definitely fluctuated in the last few years. Certainly Ridgeway didn't anticipate the increase in the ESL population. That made certain areas rise, such as fourth grade. Fourth grade, we have continued students there, so that's one area where the class sizes are a little bit larger. Whereas if you look in kindergarten and first grade, those classes are all below 20. You also see in some grade levels, one classroom, if you look at the enrollment count, is sometimes more than, it doesn't look like it's equitable, and it could be because I might have one teacher on a grade level who just in class support, the others don't. So I try to keep that a little bit lower, that type of thing. But it has been definitely fluctuating. This year has been just an odd kind of year where we never expected our fourth grade numbers to go up like that.
Now, I see you're going to have a couple of people leave this year, I believe.
Correct.
So getting any thought going into just keeping the 4 teachers for grade or reducing the class size because of the gaps that are there? We all know a teacher can keep 12 kids better than 18 kids.
Yes.
Any thoughts into keeping 4 teachers at grade level and reducing class size and trying to?
There certainly has been definitely thoughts and conversations about that. That's definitely a valid point. My thought going into this budget was certainly that we've been having the conversations, but my goal for right now is to definitely maintain the staff I have. So how I've been able to do that is by having the loops. So I have 2 areas where a large group, those would be loops so that they would go with those kids. And then we look at our departmental classes, which our departmental schedules going really well. If you remember last year was the discussion, Ridgeway was the only building that didn't have a departmental. Now we do. This is our second year and fifth, and our first year in fourth is going very well. We've been able to do that departmental schedule with only 3 classes. It would be wonderful with 4, but we just really, it was important to stay within our budget this year. Certainly, I know that through the summer, our new principal, our superintendent was monitoring that really closely to watch that those numbers really don't go too high. And then I know that Mr. Bernardo and I already spoke about how kindergarten, that's a concern. 5th grade too, with 4th grade moving up to 5th grade, definitely has some more needs. So it's definitely a conversation.
What's your criteria for selecting the teachers to move? They have the experienced teachers or so many years experience, or what's your criteria there?
So at Ridgeway, what I really would like to do is I have a teacher in kindergarten right now who is bilingual, and she has the ESL students, and we had discussed how she actually had come to me and asked me if she could take those kids to 1st grade.
She's a first year teacher.
She is a first-year teacher.
You want to loop a first grade teacher?
She would take the students she has had all year and then take those students and then move to 1st grade. She also did her students. She also did her student teaching in 1st grade with Tina Fossall last year. So she's doing a great job with foundations. She is well versed in whole brain teaching. So she definitely is someone who has really come a great long way. So that would be one. The other one is in 2nd grade. That 2nd grade group is large. That has to go to 3rd grade. The teacher there has actually been in 4th grade and 3rd grade, and she has been a 3rd grade teacher in 4th for a number of years.
I was just a little concerned, first year teacher moving is kind of ordinary.
Well, right, and that certainly is something that would be decided, in the next couple of months, not really something that a large
I
discussion.
understand my concern there.
Right.
As a first year teacher, you need that
Sure.
foundation there, not having to switch gears.
Right, and I was looking really at, it's just very helpful to know those students, what they need
And I think you have another
to
thing
take
like
them to where they need to go and have those.
But you have a kindergarten teacher who's had a lot of years experience in first grade.
Have you ever
There's a lot
had a
of
parent
staff that
resist the
haven't really
moving?
figured out.
I'm gonna just asking what the criteria was.
I've done loops several times since I've been principal, but I always reach out to the parents first and let them know my intention and give them an opportunity. If that's not something they don't want, they do not need to opt for that. And I always respect that and make sure that that doesn't happen.
Any other questions?
I see a lot of science that you're proposing. Not really like, I don't see math. I'm gonna bring the math part back in again. I'm concerned. You know, a lot of language arts, which is fantastic. And I know that, you know, your sciences can also be incorporated into the language arts, but math, like,
So,
you know.
Ms. Viscardi, I know that Ms. Bernardo had mentioned that we are definitely looking at that for the ESSER 3,
Right.
use of the ESSER 3 funds to have a math specialist interventionist for the elementary. So that is something that, you know.
Well, not even just a
something
coach, but something like there needs, I was thinking more curriculum wise, maybe something more with math.
Or iReady math
We are.
is a big piece of that, and it's
That is
relatively
a
new,
huge-
so there's a lot of,
Right.
Yes.
quite comprehensive.
Right.
We also, if I may, we have a comprehensive program that we helped support last year.
Right.
And there's PD that was built into that initial purchase from the company. We also are bringing in the math specialist. And also our teachers, and we have also discussed the impact of reading that is having on the math. I'm sure you understand that as well. So, but the PD is very intensive, it provides coaching. It was built into the initial purchase, which you had supported both last year and the year before.
And that's where you don't see in the budget, because that was something that was paid for, so we didn't have to add.
Right.
Yes, but it is an important part, because I want you to know it's ongoing and sustaining.
Okay. This is curriculum related, but how are you guys incorporating, I know in September we have to start climate change or science that we taught. You guys, is there anything in here to help you guys with that? That's, maybe Mr. Dozer.
Climate change, so that hopefully through the.
Starting September, we have to start teaching that
Yeah,
before
yeah.
climate change.
If I can, so we're going to be revising curriculum over the summer. A big piece of what is incorporated, just like you said, Mr. Tate, is the climate change. And it does occur in every grade span, so there's four instruction that occurs at K2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, and it's spread across. The mystery science that they have in there incorporates lessons that are specifically in climate change. So that's a nice bonus to that. And then also we're going to be aligning with the county to be able to incorporate some of these principles within, and it's actually beyond just science. Believe it or not, climate change, they're requiring us to incorporate it into health and PE, all the other disciplines. We have to talk about climate change, so it's not just specific to science. And a big piece of it falls under social studies, believe it or not.
And as to Bernardo, also the new component that we're recommending, Generation B, is a very strong component to support that instruction as well. And Generation B is also math as well. So it's not as the subscription either.
I have a question that I just don't see on it. Last year, we spent a lot of time talking about geodes. How are they working out? Are they a useful resource?
They are. The teachers have been using them with great success, and we want to thank them for take this opportunity to thank the curriculum department and thank Ms. Nichols for her support that she's aligned with all of the coaching that's been provided to the teachers. I will actually speak on behalf of Ms. Shula. We recently went in and saw a lesson that she presented, and the students have been using them with a lot of success. And I have to say, I'm really thankful that the board did approve the use of those materials. I think my colleagues would agree that the teachers have loved using them.
Well, my shop-out experience is exactly the opposite. Seriously, I hear more complaints in the literacy about the geos not being used, a waste of time, stuff kids don't want to read, it's subjects that are not interesting to them. You know, the parents are saying, I'm trying to sit down and read with it, and they're saying, I don't want to read it. Why would I make my kid read it?
That's a lot of money that we spend.
So, but the teachers are using it in the classroom with the students, it's aligned to the foundations program, so like, it actually, so if you had, an old reading series, let's say, and if you can remember on the side of the series, it would give you discussion questions, it would give you teachable moments, it would give you little things to help you with that story. Geo does all of that. It's all outlined that way. It gives you the vocabulary. It gives you the phonics. The whole phonics is the foundations. So it's like the whole package is right there for the teachers.
Okay. I mean, we've already bought it, so
I would love you to come in, and you are more than welcome to come in and see
I may take you up on that, because I'm doing just the opposite.
I think we should arrange a field trip, because I'd love to see it in action. I mean, and I'm speaking, from my experience, but we did look into it in my previous district and just couldn't afford it, to be honest with you. So it really is, like Linda was saying, it's aligned specifically to the instruction of foundation, teaching them to apply the decoding and coding skills that they're learning in their core instruction, and then being able to also bring in some of the comprehension, some of the concepts about print. That's really important to early development of reading and writing. So I'd love to kind of see it in action. Let me know when I can come in. I can see if I can get some of the board members to come as well.
The other thing is, Mr. Baronato, we put out a survey. I'd be happy to share that with you if you want to pass it along.
Sure, I'd love to see that.
The one comment that I was really happy to see.
You survey who? You survey parents, you survey
The
teachers?
teachers. And what one
I'm not talking
comment,
about teachers, I'm talking about parents.
yeah, but one comment, Mr. Pete, was something you brought up at the time of purchase, was to make sure that they were accessible and that there were copies for all teachers. And someone actually commented on that in the survey, thanking us.
I think you did a wonderful job with that. That I
They
have no
didn't have to
complaint.
borrow the books from other staff, so they were very pleased with that. So
No, I think you did a great job with that. That I have no complaint about. It's just, parents are saying that the kids just aren't good. It's like, one mom said, you're just making my kid not want to read. And when I hear that, my heart hurts.
It's not the only thing we're using in reading, though. You know that, right? So, I mean, and that.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing.
I'm gonna stick to Medford shop right.
Might be a better idea.
It's a hotbed of rebellion.
I tried doing it at 10 o'clock at night, I still get to go there, but. I've been wearing a mask. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
Did we have any more questions for the elementary principal?
I only have one, left. I instead of waiting, want the technology teacher, I also noticed that maybe it's just listed wrong, does Ridgeway not actually have a technology teacher at all?
So do you mind if I jump in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so the one piece, so I apologize because we kind of were working on this prior to the meeting. We talked a little bit last week, and then I was able to meet with the principals on Monday. And sort of part of moving to this trimester model, there's a couple of things that I want the board to take into consideration. Right now, we have our K-5 teachers teaching health in the classroom, which beginning the 1920 school year, it needed to be taught by a certified health and PE teacher.
We're behind.
2019, 2020 school year.
That's 1920.
No, 2019, 2020, the 1920 school year.
I'm thinking 1920.
No. 19, 20.
Those are Republicans.
Yes. So from the 2019-2020 school year, that shifted where a generalist with an elementary certificate can no longer teach health and PE. So technically, we're out of compliance with that piece of it. The other thing is the dedicated technology teacher. We've shifted a lot of the responsibility over to the media specialist to be able to incorporate, which is a best practice of like STEM education, maker spaces in our media center, which is wonderful, but we didn't have any formal technology instruction. And then in addition to that, we are currently not servicing K-2 students with formal foreign language instruction, which is another area that we're technically out of compliance.
Is that mandated? I don't think the foreign language is mandated.
It is.
Okay, put it back.
No, I wish they would. It's so hard to find a certified world language teacher.
Okay, put that away.
So at the elementary level, we only have one, and they're working with 2nd through 5th grade, I believe, with what we were able to work out. So in moving to this trimester model, we would be able to offer similar to what they do at the middle school and high school, which is they would rotate through 3 different specials. So we would be able to have world language, health, and technology be like a rotation for each school. And so they would get all the instruction that they need for those designated standards. And it would also expose students to Standard 8 and Standard 9, which is specifically the technology, computer science standards that we do embed across our curriculum, but there is a need for some formal technology instruction beginning in kindergarten. And looking across the standards, looking at our staffing, this was the best opportunity across the board, looking at trimesters, which we're seeing that the teachers, and we hope that they continue to fill out the survey, and it just gives them more time. It aligns nicely to our benchmarks, and then the silver lining is that we will be compliant with all the areas that we need to instruct, and the exposure for our K-5 students will enhance and elevate what we're currently providing to them.
Are the surveys that the teachers are filling out anonymous?
They are,
And can we see them
yeah,
as a board?
yeah.
And then I also, one other question, I believe, Ms. Swift, you wanted a gifted and talented teacher. There's no gifted and talented at Whiting right now?
I actually am Mrs. Waldron's GT teacher is on loan to me, so and this will also address Ms. Wilbur's question. I had Ms. Velasquez was my teacher, and she was at my building part-time. As most people know, Whiting does have a lot of shared personnel, and so she was no longer at Whiting. I think at this point she may be at this building. So at one point she was at my building teaching technology and G&T, and that was the reason for the request. And that staff member would have taken on the role of teaching both the technology and G&T. So this year I was able to use another staff member to do some of what I needed, and then Mrs. Waldron's staff member, Mrs. Weinberger, came over and helped and assisted with G&T instruction.
For 2 days a week, he's at Whiting, and
And then the other 3, but again, she's leaving her building, and whatever responsibilities she would have had in TES under normal circumstances to come to Whiting to teach my students. So thankfully, the schedule is working out this year, but as board members know, each year, depending on many things, your year can look very different, depending on the staffing, depending on the number of students that are enrolled in your building, who qualifies for G&T, what the mandates are, you just don't know. So in a school like Whiting, sometimes I'm able to share personnel, sometimes, I can split, and this worked out this year, and my basic skills numbers worked out, so I can use another staff member somewhere else, but that doesn't always happen. So that was the reason for that request, Mrs. Lindler. I'm glad that you brought that up, because I did want to actually address that. But as Mr. Baronato shared, this trimester would eliminate the need completely, and then I would be able to still be doing exactly what I should be doing for my students without the need for that at all.
And the good news is for the gifted and talented students, they would have one teacher devoted to that, as we started out, since I'm a former GT teacher in her district, that's really the way to go.
So the kids would have, if we did the trimester, the kids would have gifted and talented for the full year?
Gifted and talented for the full year, and that person would service all 3 elementary schools. So in doing that, in this model, in every piece of this model, I have to say, it provides consistency and congruence across our elementary schools. Instead of having multiple people teach, within those 3 elementary schools, it's one person that's going to provide the same instruction to all 3 elementary schools for gifted and talented, health, world language, and technology.
My only concern would be, scheduling would have to be very carefully done, so that way related services like speech, OT, and PT would not be missed, and a child should not miss out on their opportunity for Spanish because he or she needs to go to OT. So,
And we would do that just like we do with our other areas, like our special areas. It would be the same idea behind that, same principle, but they would not miss it for speech, OT, PT, things like that.
And just to add to that also, some of the technology is, please know that, whether we have a full-time technology teacher or not, our students are so involved in a blended learning community right now. So grades K to 5 all have access to that technology. The one-to-one we're so grateful for, that students are on Chromebooks. Everyone has a Google Classroom. The students are part of the Google Suite, especially 2 to 5. So, definitely we've shifted a little bit from formalized technology, which I'm so happy to hear we're going to get that again. But please know that the students really are immersed in technology, and we very much have, the 3 of us, a very blended learning type of community. And some of the tech apps that we've asked for in our budget really do support that kind of environment.
Thank you so
Sorry
much.
about that. Thank you so much.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I want to
You're not bringing Steve up, you get off?
You want to? Oh,
Okay, be a team effort here, come on.
Yeah, well, he's gonna put some importance now. Look at you, you made it to the big table. Well, good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you all for listening to the middle school budget. I'm going to start off with talking a little bit about our current programs that we have, some possible additions to our rotation program, talking about the trimester at the middle school as well, and then to go over some of our special needs one-time requests. So, as in the past, I'd like to thank you again for proposing the budget. This budget includes all the educational programs that we currently have, which include our educational programs and our extracurricular programs, and we're asking to maintain those through the 2023 school year. Currently, our programs we offer our basic skills interventionist program, and through the ESSER, we're going to be requesting another interventionist in the math section. We're looking for that, but that will be covered under ESSER, so it's not going to be a line item in the budget, but we are asking for that. We would like to, of course, maintain our autism program that is running very well, and of course, our gifted and talented program. And I do want to just bring to your attention, when you do look under my staffing, I do have a 0 under the gifted and talented teacher. And it is not that we do not have one, but our media specialist, she dedicates 3 periods a day to our gifted and talented program. So we do offer 43 minutes of gifted and talented for each 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and that's through our media. That's why we don't have a designated teacher just for that program. So in addition to those programs, we also have our electives, and currently we have art, family consumer science, world language, and then we have band and chorus, which they are technically elective, but they don't rotate out of that. They're in those 3, our current school schedule. They are in our 3 marking periods. We are also, in talking to Mrs. Petrosa today, we also will be needing to put in a civics program, and that needs to be a standalone. It can't be embedded anymore as it was in the past. So we're looking to add that as a rotation as well, and possibly just looking at certain grade levels, like perhaps 7th and 8th grade only, and maybe not the 6th grade. So that's what we're looking for there. We still do have our Genius Lab, and that is also used during our summer programs as well that we got through our loss of learning and ESSER funds. We are also, we do offer extracurricular. We are very proud of our students. We offer fall, winter, and spring sports. We have in our fall, we have soccer, we have cross country. In our in our winter, we have cheerleading, we have wrestling, and we have boys and girls basketball. And then in our spring, we have track and field, baseball, and softball. So we are very equipped and very fortunate as a middle school to have, and we have very, very competitive teams. We have a lot of students that come out for these teams. They practice very hard, so we're very proud.
You thought of bringing lacrosse back into the middle school, but that's a huge sport.
Or field hockey.
You know, it hasn't really come up, but we're always, looking to, because
Field hockey is a fall sport.
field hockey is fall,
Yeah.
and
But lacrosse is a sport.
yeah, and again, we would love to have that, and have a nice segue into the high school program as well. So we would always,
Now, there's been some talk about bringing volleyball in as well.
Yeah.
yes, there has been over the past years,
There was some talk about volleyball prior to the pandemic, and I think that was.
and I think it was gonna be like an almost,
Weren't we going to combine with Lakehurst for that?
yeah, I was just gonna say, that's what I was gonna say, we were talking about a combined team of Lakehurst and, our middle school.
There's, head and water down the positive.
We haven't talked about it because of everything else going on, but it definitely can be readdressed, because I feel getting, and as well as Steve, the more
I
students.
think we can fund it, or, yes, I mean, social,
Exactly.
socialization,
It
because
just-
kids are so isolated for so long.
And there's so many people, that's why we have such a outpour during spring track and field, because very often a lot of kids go out for that, and they can make that because they have the field events and then they have the running events. That's why we tend to have such large teams. And we actually last year requested an assistant coach for track and field because of the supervision of the students. And
That's something just to jump into too. We also, thanks to the ESSER fund, we're able to, starting next year, have a health and fitness club after school. So we're able to purchase some equipment for that. Have a couple of PE teachers lined up to run that program, so that'll start in September because that's exactly what, that's it. A lot of students want to be physically active and they're not really maybe up to the competitive level of some of our teams, but we want to get them involved. So we have that. We've already started an after-school art program for students, and we've also started an innovation club, which is a STEM innovation club. Again, for those kids, we have actually a very successful competitive STEM club after school, the Young Engineers Club, that they actually go compete at regionally, and they've done very well. But this is something where, again, it's something more for kids who have just a kind of a general interest in, engineering and STEM. So we kind of use some of our ESSER funds to address some of those needs that have after-school programs.
And it just kind of like a personal note, even today to watch the students leave the building. There's so many students participating after school, and it's really, as a principal, what you want to see, the children taking advantage of the school. So Mr. Payne, with those additions to any other sports we can get, it would just be just more students taking advantage of the school community.
And proper support, so we certainly see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely.
I have a club question though, because a lot of middle schools have junior national honor societies. Is that something that you guys have considered?
You know what, we considered it a few years ago, and I'm not sure kind of why we didn't follow through with it.
Yeah, I think we brought it up a couple years ago.
Yeah, it definitely came up, and the district that I was in before, we used to have one, and it was a beautiful ceremony for those of you. But again, that's something that we could definitely readdress and look into, because I remember that from, like I said, my previous, and it was a beautiful ceremony that the students were.
And it would be a nice way to award our higher level learners.
Yes, and luckily we brought back the Student of the Month program, which because of the pandemic had stopped for a while, so that's back and running, and that's just, it's great to see. But yeah, that's definitely something we can definitely.
This is something a little funky, but I've actually had my students in my building come and ask me if they can come after school so I can teach them how to write in cursive. They want to write cursive, and they're not learning it anywhere. So I have kids that come after school, and I sit there, and we go through the alphabet, and I write your cursive letters and do this kind of stuff. And these are high school kids on their own that are coming on morning.
I need to be a cursive teacher, I'm very nice. Catholic school handwriting skills.
But I'm just saying, the kids realize that there's a need there, and they're willing to put themselves out on their own time to learn that. Which, and I'm not accounting. What do I know about writing? But I do it. We sit there and we practice our cursive writing. So the teacher next door to me, they actually had a class for boys to come in and teach them how to tie a necktie. And he had 48 kids show up. 48 boys. 48 boys went on that tie a necktie.
But the kids are interested in so many things that you would never even think.
And they've been starved for so long.
Yeah.
That they're just jumping on things.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy, but it's like, I have detention today. I'm like, you're not supposed to be excited about that. This is not a good, and then they want to know which teacher is, because they like certain ones over the other. I'm like, I'm not supposed to be excited for this.
Call your detention club, and then you can have.
The detention club, there you go.
Frequent flyers.
So as with the elementary schools, in which the high school is already doing, Mr. Bernardo talked to us about the trimesters as well at the middle school. There would have to be a little bit of strategic thinking in scheduling and planning, because it would eliminate, at the way we have our schedule now, it would possibly eliminate some rotations for children to have, so they wouldn't be able to go through them, all, because we do have Spanish. Every child goes through the Spanish rotation, so that would leave them 2 other rotations in order. But there would be so many benefits because we would be consistent with all the schools. We would definitely have more time on that chosen content area and really finding interest. And as much as we love to give the children an appreciation of different things, as we all know, some students will say, I really don't like that class. I'm really not enjoying it. I can't wait for it to be over. So it might be able to give them really an opportunity to dive into something that they really enjoy, rather than putting them in something that It's just part of the rotation. So, we'd have to look at that. And then band and chorus, because normally that's 3 marking periods, so that would go down to 2, but longer. And then that 1 marking period of Spanish. So, and also we have, a few years ago, we were approved and we granted a drama and a band rotation. That was always that 4th marking period. And it was for that overflow of students that had already taken Spanish, but now we didn't have, we had that extra time, so we were able to offer that. So, we're really trying to give them more opportunity with our electives, and then just working it out with a new trimester.
Going forward for next year, you're gonna consider keeping the lunches the same way and offering that flex period? Because could we use that for like social emotional, maybe on a nice day, the teachers can take them for a walk or something?
We really do like having it back, and it was funny because when I became principal, that was like my first duty to get rid of that. And we noticed that overall, in theory, 237 children in a 25-minute lunch period shouldn't seem that long or that difficult, but it was like a lifetime for everybody, including the children. The lines were long, the noise level, kids would be sitting there like this. Now we literally have slashed it in half, and a lot of teachers take the kids out for walks during, with the masks, they take them out for mask breaks. It really gives them a little downtime. So we have included it in our schedule for next year as well, and our teachers like it, and it brings more people on board. Having lunch duty is not so horrible when it's only down to 20 minutes.
And I think the big difference, it used to be that you were in flex with a different teacher. So now what we did here was, whatever teacher had the previous period, you're with that teacher during your flex as well. And so those teachers are finding it being very helpful too in reaching out to certain students, to have better classroom management of the flex period in that way, so there's fewer discipline issues during that time, but also they're able to work with students sometimes as well. If they're missing some work or something like that. So it really has proved to be a better way of doing it.
I like it, so I'm glad that you're moving it
Yeah,
forward.
no, we are keeping it because, and like Steve said, the planning of it last time that, we just kind of had it because that's the way it was done. It was like an odd teacher, so the discipline was, definitely, not the best, but now it's their own math teacher, it's their own ELA teacher. They have to be, so it's definitely, we're looking to do that.
We do flex in the morning.
Oh, okay.
And then any intervention programs that we have going on, they take place then, or if there is another program that the kids need some help in, homework previously. So that intervention time is really important.
And it also even helps, like, for example, they don't need 20 minutes sometimes for lunch. So the teachers will take their students back 5 minutes early, and then the kids will do something in the classroom. So that alleviates the hall time and it alleviates so many students. And the students are actually, in order to maintain discipline, they're walking up with their teachers and, not like in single file, but it's just a really better situation than when we had, because last year our biggest class was 237. We had 237 kids exiting at the same time. And just imagine, like this year, we had the situation where there was the traffic accident and we lost power. And the most inopportune time is during the lunch period, and that's what it was. But having half the students, because we did get lighted from our little courtyard there, we still were able to filter them out of there safely, and it wasn't so many students. So I agree with you, Mrs. Mack, it's something that we plan on doing. So as far as, so that's really the scheduling and our rotation classes that we're looking at for next year. We're also looking to maintain our the different programs that we had, which now, I have a whole list of them, and I'll go through them if you'd like, but if not, lots of the online programs. Actually, only other, except for at this time, except for Brain Pop is right now is the only program that the middle school budget is funding. Our IXL, our Achieve 3000, Rosetta Stone,
and they're all currently being funded through ESSA programs. And Lincoln has never been its own island. It kind of took over for Study Island like years and years ago. So that would come out of my regular teacher budget, my general supplies budget. So right now, that gives us more supplies to give them to teachers to have them use for supplies since Lincoln is going through that budget. So the only special request we do have a few. We do have special requests to replace I believe we asked for 12 cafeteria tables. And they are really the tables we have. And if you've been in our cafeteria, they're very, very small. They are really not conducive for a middle school student. Yes, we are asking for 12. And the side of them, these are a fancy Dynarock edge that actually is coated. So right now we have like a particle board edge. So with particle board and our previous problems that we've had in the past, we really wanted to get rid of those. So we have asked for those in our budget. We also have a similar situation with our classroom desks. When we did have our mold situation a few years ago, all the new sections got new desks, and they were all coated edging, so we didn't have to worry about that. But now we actually have desks that are actually chipping because they're really old and they're particle board. So we are asking for 100 supplements if we need additional. And then we've been very fortunate. The middle school has a wonderful security system. It really, really helps, especially Steve and I, when we're looking for certain situations in the hallways. And we're asking, over the last few years since we've had the cameras, we've realized some high traffic areas that maybe a camera is missing. So we've asked for 6 additional, 2 exterior, because we're looking on the exterior where we may be missing some cameras, and 4 interior. So we're still awaiting the quotes on those, so I don't have them in here. So those are the new items that we're asking for this current budget. And I think there may have been a few questions about our honors program. I did bring my Genesis reports for all my ELA and my math honors programs and the numbers. And just to give you an idea, we will split the classes at any time where we feel a necessity. The seating through Genesis actually gives you up to 35 seats per class. We never put 35 children in the class. Usually we top at about 29, 30. And what we've tended to do in the past is if we have higher numbers with the regular ed classes, we feel that an honors class could have more students and handle it. Unlike, we would rather not have 15 and 15 in 2 honors classes and then have 28, maybe 25 of the regular classes where they're really like needier than our honors group. So I do have those figures if anybody would like to know. I have them for all of them.
Can I beg to differ though on the math, especially for 8th grade?
I know, there is 30, that is the highest.
It's very high.
I know.
It's, these kids can pass this algebra test and they can get high school math credit. So, can't they? If I
They can,
understood it,
and traditionally, I think over the years, we've only had 1 student that was really deemed not supposed to be there, this was a few years ago, that did not pass that algebra test.
So that supports my rationale that I just think that having 15 and 15 in that class, since technically it's a high school class for our 8th graders, that the numbers should be smaller. So.
Well, and I agree with you. And the thing is too that we can look at is that math interventionist that we're going to be adding at the middle school. It doesn't necessarily mean that that person only has to work on the basic skill side of it. So if we do see that an honors math section is too high, that would be something that we could utilize that staff member to add an additional section of the honors, or pick up a general education and allow one of the teachers that are familiar with the honors curriculum pick that up. So it does give us a little bit of flexibility with the staffing. And we agree with you, class sizes, when we see them kind of escalate, we definitely keep an eye on them. I was talking to Nancy about this. To me, it is a little high. I think having, an honors
That's
class.
a very high one. That's the highest one. Is our
28, 29, 30 students in a class is difficult. The management piece of it is different. Their attention, from the teachers is definitely reduced. So we prioritize it as well, and I think that every year it fluctuates depending on the number of students that are in honors. And I looked at the trend from 3 years back, and then looked at what the rising 5th and current 6th, 7th would be going up. And it's very similar, so we're gonna look at some staffing opportunities to be able to reduce those class sizes in the honors.
I just want to clarify, they don't do high school credit for 8th grade, algebra 1.
But she'll get high school credit, but she'll like start at a higher level of math when she gets that.
Yes.
Not her,
Like,
all
yes,
all
yes,
teachers,
yes,
not,
Yes, exactly.
so,
Her track will be
Yeah.
accelerated.
She'll be like
Yeah.
faster.
And listen, when my husband was at Mates, when he was principal at Mates, he always said how great those 8th grade math teachers did and the kids did. I mean, they placed their scores, they were prepared, even the Spanish too. I mean, the kids, when they came in and they tested, they always did so well. So, I mean, those 8th grade math teachers and the Spanish teacher, like they were great, even though their numbers are big, I mean, they do a fantastic job.
And to Mr. Bernardo's point, the 8th grade in general is our biggest class because our other classes, we do have 30 in that class. We have 24 in another math class and 19. So the 19 is a lower one, but they're up there as well.
Yeah.
It's not, we don't have some, like the 7th grade coming up is a smaller.
The 7th grade is the smallest
coming up.
group, the 8th grade is the largest
Group so
overall
far
class,
this
I think it was like
But
230.
but another thing you can even look at as well for the math is maybe thinking about, well, maybe a better matrix as far as, who's considered honors. And maybe that, because we are seeing that math is the area, maybe the matrix is really, we need to do something more to say, okay, this is what makes an honors child. Maybe they don't necessarily make the honors and they go into the general classes.
Right. We find that hardest in the 6th grade where maybe someone coming up. By the 8th grade, usually like we've already identified and we have, very few, but we have room. But by the time they make it to the 8th grade, they're usually where they're placed where they need to be. We see that a lot coming in into the 6th grade, and that's a very difficult time to make those decisions.
And Nancy, the link it helps, right? The beginning of the year,
Yes.
link it for algebra 1, it really, shows us where they come in, so we can see if they're below proficiency, if there's some concerns, we can look back and have conversations to make sure the placement is correct.
Absolutely. So, well, that's what I have tonight, and I thank you all. Anybody else with any other questions?
In case we want to get a bunch of formal discussion, so you're right.
Thank you. Yes, I feel very good.
Great job, thank you.
It's the atmosphere, the whole school thing.
You're home.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Oh, Mr. Page, don't fill his head. That's all I need to hear. Thank you very much.
thank you.
Mr. Adams, would you like to come up for the high school? And your team, of course, is more than welcome to come up.
Just a little bit of extra reading.
Thank you. I think we turn the heat up, Hannah, take my jacket off.
Will there be a test?
No.
Okay, okay.
Just so you can cheat off Mr. Green.
All right, thank you.
There's a test that you could read.
You're just looking for them. You know that.
Open vote allowed.
All right. Good evening. Board, you guys are a little intimidating over here.
Just don't forget the piano.
I didn't see that in here.
That's not on the approved list of topics.
Okay, so I guess I'll start off with what I just handed out, the ESSER fund, because this was not in the budget summary or what you have. I just wanted to give you a little bit of extra information so far as looking ahead to the 22-23 school year. You You see the AP boot camp, it's all out of the ESSER funds, and that's preparing our first-year students for an AP course. And that cost comes about $5,000. I'm sorry, I didn't put it there. That costs about $5,000. The Achieve 3,000, that is for our summer program, which is our AIM program. So that will be used to, address student learning loss. Again, that is those students who do not do well in math or ELA in the middle school. Then we have a program for them to help them get on pace to show proficiency for the high school level classes. We also have the Achieve 3,000 for our English language classes, and that's for the grades 9 and 10. And we have a reading and writing lab to help out our basic skills students, and we use Achieve 3,000 every classroom. The gizmos, something that our science department currently using, will continue to use it, and that is our science lab software. And iExcel is our math software, and we use it for basic skills and special ed classes. We have about 300 licenses. I was just observing a teacher actually, and he was using it, and I think it really helps the teacher know if the student is comprehending and moving along. And as they're working on it, you can see it on the screen. And then I watched him walk over to the student and help address some of the issues the student was having. So I think it's working very well. Our System 44, we use for their ESL students. And same thing with Rosetta Stone. Then the Wilson reading materials. We need that for our program in the high school. And then we've been building up to the writers workshop, and we're building classroom libraries in our English classrooms. And Dr. Saracino and Mrs. Ramundo have been doing a good job giving our teachers PD and moving that program along. And then our technology platforms that we used a lot during the pandemic, and our teachers are still using them now. That is the Candy, the Screencastify, the Nearpod, and Edpuzzle. Mr. Rauscher has it, but it's district-wide, and our teachers are using that, and that is the cost for that. And just some highlights of the budget overall. First, this is something that you already have. First, I will go over just some things that we look at. What I do is I meet with the head custodian probably about 3 or 4 times a year, and we just kind of talk about the building and what's needed. And one of the things that we noticed that we need some new teacher desks and chairs. And so that is not all that we need, but I like to phase things out. It saves costs in the local budget. And we've been purchasing about 50 student desks probably for the last 4 years or so. We only have a couple classrooms left. We need to upgrade the CST furniture, conference tables and chairs. Looking to replace exterior doors. And again, that is for security as well. Sometimes the doors stick or they'll close all the way, so we want to make sure that we get those doors replaced. And looking to replace the carpet in the band room with tile, and then replace the carpet in the grist area. Some of the projects, and this has been something that we've been looking at for the last couple of years, our auditorium, needing a new projector, and in our sound, sometimes we get that buzzing sound, and sometimes we're talking on the mic, it kind of goes in and out, looking at some new lighting. So when we met with this company, they actually put our soundboard in, so we met with them, the custodian, Mrs. Tipo, we sat down and they gave us an overall package of what they could be done, but we wanted them to break it down so that we could phase it in. We could see $45,000 for all the total work, so that we were looking at phasing the video system and then do the audio system. So that is part of the budget as well. And then upgrading the media center. I think it needs a big overhaul. We're looking at changing the layout. It's just congested, and right now our students are not going to the media center at all. They used to go, the teachers used to bring them to the media center to use the computers, but now they have Chromebooks, so they're not going in there, you know. Sometimes they go to check out books, but there's not a lot of checking out books, unless the teachers actually bring them in there. So what we want to do is try to open it up a little bit, take a row out of those computers out, rid of those reference shelves and kind of open it up. And I had a meeting with Mr. Rauscher, because I wanted to make sure that we're kind of moving forward and preparing our kids before they leave. And so I wanted kind of like a creation station. I wanted to get Apple iMacs. And so that teachers now, if they're working on a project and they want the kids to create, they can now bring a class there and the students can work on these Apple iMacs. Or if a student has a project, then they have the availability to work on the Apple iMacs for creation purposes. We also want them to do some podcasting, right? So we want our kids to kind of move forward in the way the world is going so far as technology. So we want to have a podcasting station in there. I know that not a lot of our teachers, but a couple of people do some instruction with the podcasting. So we want to really move our kids along in that vein. So what our media specialist gave me $13,000. You see it there, $13,000 estimated cost for furniture. But what I would like to do first, before we purchase anything, is see what it looks like opened up, and then kind of get a real good vision of how we want it to look. I did send her to another school, which has a kind of like an open layout of a media center for her to get an idea of what we want. But before we purchase anything, so far as furniture, we want to open it up and see what it looks like.
We just did our media center at Brick High School, and it's beautiful and amazing. We have rolling tables, and you can really use them. I don't know if this is a can of worms you want to open, but some kids actually eat lunch there. Somebody gets a duty to watch the kids, and I don't know if that's something.
It's open?
Yeah, you bring your lunch in there, but it's beautiful. So I don't know how.
Maybe I'll send you there to look at it.
Heinleins just redid theirs as well. They have like high tops, rolling tables.
It's like a fun place. It's like
Really
fun to
exactly.
go to the library.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I mean, as you know, that's what we need to do.
Starbucks.
They should get one.
Our furniture in there is from 1976, when the building opened. Not all of it, but some of it is time to take a look at.
Okay. My proposal for staffing is that there is a need for an additional special ed teacher. We have 73 students coming to the high school, 55 from the middle school, 18 from Lakers, and we're only losing about 40 students. So we would not be able to accommodate the students without a new additional teacher. We also are looking to make the transition coach that we have, Megan Sheffer, full-time in the high school. Right now she's servicing 19 students, but only on a half-time basis because she shared the regional day. And I know a lot of parents are asking about how are you preparing my child for career, the socialization part. So she's actually working on things and preparing us for this full-time transition. So,
Is this your multiple disability speaker?
correct, yes.
Did we ever start the barn? I remember we were talking about a barn a while ago, and where the kids were working.
Are you talking about the one in Manchester?
Yeah.
I think that actual place changed what age level they wanted working there. So
Okay.
originally they were open to high school, and now they're looking for more after
Okay.
high school. So that was the original plan, but they kind of changed their scope as they moved along. One other thing that, we brought in our autism program, but now we've had students who've been there for 4 or 5 years, and we need to have the next level for them to really compete with out-of-district services of that next transition. They just can't be in that same room for 6, 7 years, and so this is part of the step for making sure we're continuing like the next level of what we need to do for those students as well.
And we have had students go out this year on like a work program or transition program, if you will, locally, and they're transported, whether it's town hall, whether it's this store in Tongue River. There was one at the restaurant, so we've had our kids out in the community doing that.
Great to hear.
And we're looking, actually, we're looking for them to kind of sell things at the school more. One time they were selling some sweatshirts, get them to learn that the business part, following instructions, they do our mailroom stuff. We want
Set
to
up a Starbucks in the library, like you said.
We're trying to do more, right?
I'll be there.
Also, we are getting an increased number of ESL students. So we're looking for ESL coaches to help support that program. It's very hard to be a student in high school taking geometry or algebra or English and have no idea how to speak the language, and you just need to add support for those students. And so a lot of the Spanish-speaking parents have been asking for it, and I think it's something that we need. And then technology-wise, I talked about a little bit about the Apple iMacs and the podcasting equipment, meeting boards. It's something that Mr. Rauscher went to see a demonstration, actually at the Expo, I guess, right? The Expo. And we have the interactive projectors, but this is kind of the new wave of technology. We want to get 4 boards to put into our classrooms, because eventually we have to replace the projectors that are interactive, so these will be interactive meeting boards, and something that we want to move towards. And so we want 4 boards first, and kind of phase it out. And then we have, again, our existing programs that we have. We have Naviance that's used for college and career readiness. We have Apex that is used for our credit recovery and our SOAR program. Then we have the AP Boot Camp and the AIM program. We're doing a lot of good stuff at the high school. We just want to maintain all the things that we do and add on.
How many kids are in your SOAR program right now?
Pardon me?
The SOAR program?
Yes, it's still going on. Kids are doing very well. I think the hardest part is not having enough staff, because what we would like to do is have a kid in the SOAR program. Some kids need to be in there all day, but right now we can't function that way. So sometimes we have kids in there for a couple of periods, and then they come out into the general population. But I think it's going very well. It's helping kids who cannot do it traditional, or either apathy, behavior, falling too far behind. It really gives them a pathway to be successful.
How many kids are in the program right now?
How many kids are in there right now? How many?
We max out each class at 10. Off the top of my head, I'd have to look, because first semester numbers were different than second, so I'd have to follow up with you.
And the other thing I just want to point out, you'll see it on the next board agenda, but Mrs. Defoe was thinking the same as me, and I talked about how at Vineland they have AP boot camp, and we're able to prepare the students for their exams and really support them with after-school tutoring. And she was thinking the same exact thing, so we were able to post that out. Fred was able to find some money, and we are going to start a little smaller than we wanted to, but we're going to offer AP boot camp sessions for all the students that take an AP exam.
Yeah, it's going to be study sessions, so 1 in March, 2 in April, and then the Monday before the exams, the kids are also going to participate in a mock AP exam, sort of all together, and through funding, we've acquired breakfast and t-shirts for the kids as well, participating in the May administration. So it'll really set them up with the 3 study sessions, 4:30 to 6:30, and then the mock exam to really try to springboard and give them as much attention.
I'd like to stop by, if that's okay, just to see it.
Yes, 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. Actually, it's on the AP Hub on my website. It's all up there, literally going
If
home.
you send me the dates and stuff, I'll send it out to the board.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
How are things going with the OCC partnership?
Of the dual enrollment?
Yes.
I think it's going very well. Our kids are enrolled. We just actually we have a meeting with Dr. Jackson probably sometime next week, but it's going very well. One of the things that we, after the last 2 years, I think we had a conversation with the kids this year, but leading into scheduling, that we'll have to have another conversation with the kids about just the awareness of dual enrollment. Right? I think when they were in school full time, they were aware of it, and so we just have to make them aware and the parents more aware because it's that time that scheduling probably, end of March, will probably start, so we have to do more work.
Do you find that maybe there aren't as many kids in the past doing the dual enrollment because of the pandemic?
I think so, and, you know, they have to make decisions, whether they
Right.
do the AP path
Right.
or they do the dual enrollment. But I think we had a lot of kids, once we had all the 26 courses, then we had to go down to like 10 courses. But now we're back up to over 20. So I think that now after this year, the kids are in the building. I think once we're going to have this chance to kind of see the kids face to face before scheduling, I think that more kids will get involved.
And we are looking into academies as
That was
well.
my next question.
Yes, so they sent out an interest survey to the high schoolers, and we were throwing around a couple of ideas. Obviously, the biomedical is near and dear to me.
Yes.
From when I started up at Pinelands, but we talked about computer science, we talked about a business academy. So right now, we're just generating interest to see, what pathways that our students would be interested in. And then when we go from there, we're going to align credits, because we really want to maximize the number of credits and using multiple higher education. So we were looking at, like, for instance, looking at honors and AP, being able to somehow give them double credits, which you can as long as it's with different universities. So we have our work cut out for us, but the team is incredible, and I said it, they were up and running, survey out, and so we're getting it off the ground for sure.
Yeah, we had about 546 students answer the survey. That was grades 9, 10, 11.
What was the academy that showed up for the most interest? Like, so if we had to start with one, you.
It was a STEAM project-based academy, had the highest number, I think. For computer science was very close, they were very close. Oh, the business communications video was also very high. There was a lot of interest in a lot of the topics.
Exciting to see the kids that are excited and interested in learning more. Thank you, guys.
Is there a musical this year? I haven't heard the word about it.
There is a musical this year.
You guys heard the name?
Yes, high school musical.
What high school musical you're doing?
Yes.
When is it?
Excuse me?
When?
It's usually March.
Yeah, it's always in March. That's why I asked. I haven't heard anything about it.
You can send me those two, and I'll include it in my email.
But I always enjoy coming to them. You know?
Yeah, they've been working on building a set. They've been practicing, so.
The ceremonies, I've always come to all of that. Enjoy them.
All the kids should know these songs.
High school musical, it's for the kids. We're doing the Big Fish, which I never heard of before. You know that one?
What?
The Big Fish?
No.
I never heard of it, but I feel like actually.
All right, well, thank you so much. Great job.
Regional thing.
Stretch your legs.
No, it would be high school. So kids would take classes that are specifically covering just biomedical, specifically business. Of course, you have to know the requirements, and they would just graduate by then they're going to other classes. So.
Yeah. All of Lincoln's are in that area.
Yeah.
Get through that. That's interesting. Well, I'm founding member of our business again. We just have 6. More classes. We have 14 entertainment marketing.
Good evening. We're a little different. We always save the best school for last. We're unique that we're not financially dependent upon the district. All our revenue for our budget is generated through the costs that we collect through tuition and costs for personal paraprofessionals. So we run independently from the district. Our current enrollment is 63 students, and we have students coming from across 19 districts between Middlesex, Monmouth, and Ocean counties. A large part of our budget, almost 60% of our budget, covers salaries and benefits and technology costs. The remaining monies are used towards supplies, therapies, and academic instruction. I am proposing to maintain all the programs that we have for the upcoming school year. In speaking with Ms. Santucci and Mr. Marinado, we would like to add a BCBA to the district, as discussed, and we would cover 4/10 of the cost for that personnel. They'd be working in our building 2 days per week.
I am also in the process of adding another preschool disability teacher to our program, and again, I say this every year at budget time, thank you for supporting our vision of starting a preschool. We're starting to see the benefits of that. The preschool has been operating now for 4 years, and looking at our current enrollment, 60% of our population now is ages 3 to 10. So we're creating longevity for students remaining in our program. Those of you that have been here a few years, we started getting students at 16, 17, 18, and we were graduating 14, 15, 16 students per year. So we're seeing the benefits of starting the preschool program, so thank you.
How many kids do you currently have enrolled in your preschool right now?
10.
And what is your class size? Like, what are you allowed to have by law?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact code number, I don't want to misquote myself, but just looking at the size of the classroom and the needs of the students, some of them are non-ambulatory, so they have a lot of equipment, standers, strollers, wheelchairs, plus paraprofessionals who are really getting around. We're looking to expand. We are continuing with our adaptive phys ed, industrial arts program, art program, and music therapy. This year we added music therapy to our program. Well, students have music therapy twice a month, up to 80 minutes of instruction, and they love it. So we're looking to continue that again next year. It is budgeted for in a line, and it's about $14,000 per year to continue that program. In addition to that, I know music has always been a large part of our day at Regional Day. Prior to COVID, we did a lot of community outings. We had a partnership with Count Basie, with visiting artists, through grant opportunities, and we participated in many performances through their educational outreach programming. So we're looking to start that again once they resume shows. We still continue with class plays. We love the middle school concert, middle school band when they come visit to us. We're excited to start back some of our dances as well. So in regards to instruction, we are continuing to implement the iReady and Learning A to Z programs for next year. We're continuing to offer a 6-week extended school year program. We have 6 students graduating. 1 student is a Manchester student. And another benefit of the preschool program is that we're able to help the district with students with more significant needs. And we have some of those students transitioning back. We have a kindergartner right now who is transitioning part-time to Ridgeway, and actually we'll be back at Ridgeway full day. So it's also a benefit of the district. In regards to facility needs, the meeting with the custodians in our buildings and grounds, we are in very good shape. The only item that is an expense that's going to be replaced are the Airedales, from the original with the building. And the state of New Jersey will be providing the coverage cost for that to replace those. In regards to special needs requests, I'm requesting 4 Promethean boards. We have 8 classrooms right now with them. They are the most dynamic learning tool for our students. They're 72-inch iPad, interactive for students. The teachers love using them for everything from morning meeting to academic instruction, music, therapies as well. So I'd like to request 4 more. Our student population is always changing as well. So we have 2 pieces of medical equipment that we do need. A high-load table for our nursing office. So a student who's in a wheelchair would need to be transferred to a high-load table that can be raised and lowered so they can be changed. And a patient lift. Our students that are older, some of them are 18, 19, 20 years old and 200, 225 pounds. So we're looking for that the student would have a harness in their wheelchair, hook up to the lift to transfer them, so we're not relying on 2 or 3 staff members to physically lift and move them. That's definitely for the safety of our students and staff. And just some minor building needs, replacements of some rugs and window treatments that are quite worn. Does anybody have any questions for proposed budget for next year?
My last question is going to take the question now.
Yes.
So I reported on that a couple months ago. I've been trying to get in touch with that guy who dropped off the face of the earth. So we're trying to figure out who's next. But last I talked to him, DPU had $3.5 million set aside for the project, and I haven't been able to get in touch with the guy since then. We're trying to find out if he's still there. If he's not, and see what to talk to him. So that's still on track.
The process.
Oh, it's a very long, frustrating one. You could have to do that.
Well, thank you, Lisa. We appreciate appreciate it.
Thank you. And I always like to extend the invitation for our new board members if they're ready to come take a tour. It's definitely worth seeing. It's worth 1,000 words.
I'll email you, so we're gonna work on a date.
Okay.
Could you let me know your graduation is this year?
Friday, June 10th is graduation.
I'm gonna try my best to make it possible.
We have one Manchester kid.
Yes, one Manchester student.
Do you do your graduation during the school day, or do you do it after hours?
Graduation is usually at 10 a.m. On Friday, but we are flexible with the time. The graduation ceremony itself maybe lasts 30 to 40 minutes. And then, you know, families take pictures outside, where we transport the gym into our lunch and dance hall, and then we have a catered lunch and party for our students and their families.
I always like looking at the pictures when I see them.
Are you doing a prom?
Yes, we are doing a prom Friday the 27th, the Friday before Memorial Day. That's also during the course of the school day. With the COVID restrictions, we're doing the same format we did last year, where we're doing it school-wide. So last year it was travel around the world, each pod and classroom picked a theme, decorated their door, dressed like it. We had 2 flight attendants greeting students when they entered in the morning. They were given a passport, and then they got to travel around the world for the course of the day. We had a virtual region. So our theme this year is a circus theme, so we will have a lion tamer and hoops of fire, all paper though. But it'll be
The lion or the fire?
The lion.
So who's gonna give out the hammers this year?
I'm sorry?
Who's gonna give the hammers out this year? That was one of the graduations, Jeff Bishop, the hammers.
Oh, it was a
graduation.
That's what like
I
hammers.
wish I could, I was not the best.
You still have the program where you come in for like graduating with the gifts back and forth, or is that?
Unfortunately, we have not been doing it since
Because of
the
COVID.
pandemic, but yes, we're hoping to start building this
So that
summer.
program is so beneficial on both sides.
For those of you that knew Mr. Bernardo, we built about 1,000 wooden toys between September and December, toy helicopters, match games, and our students and workshop teachers will deliver them to the elementary school. So a little community service, and it's awesome.
At one point, too, my daughter's teacher, when she was in 2nd or 3rd grade, they actually took a trip over to regional day school, so it was nice because the MTS students got to interact with the students from regional day school, and I just think it's so good, like, for empathy and inclusiveness.
And we would like to resume that as well, again, that was a great quote.
Just awareness.
Yeah.
Pandemic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our curriculum team.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to speak about the curriculum budget. This budget proposal was created to support the district's mission statement and the needs of the students and staff in our district. We thank you for the opportunity to present our budget. But before we do that, I do want to highlight some things that we've been in ongoing conversations. Some of these things we've had previous conversation, such as the idea of moving to a trimester schedule. As the elementary principal spoke to you about, Mrs. Driver, they've highlighted some of the benefits in terms of that type of schedule. For us, we actually thought it would create consistency in the fact that it would allow us to have one common gifted and talented teacher, one person teaching world language, one person teaching to the tech standards, and then of course having a health teacher that would be designated specifically to instruct health. A survey was provided to our staff, and they would be able to provide feedback up until Friday. So any information that we get from that, we certainly will share with you after that survey is closed.
Thank you.
I actually shared it with them, Diane, so
Oh,
they
great.
have it as a spreadsheet, so you can see what's there so far. It's anonymous. We have 75 so far, and I calculated about 100 teachers that it went out to, because we were looking for the elementary teachers to answer that. We didn't send it to like CSD and things like that.
Actually, you just said CST. Well, no, it wouldn't, I was thinking progress monitoring and stuff like that. That
It would
wouldn't
just align
impact it.
that way, yeah.
Yeah,
We
and
thought-
that actually was a point that was brought up. This is now just in terms of report cards and then obviously aligning the monitoring of the progress
that's for IEP students, but that's something that we even had to do when we shifted.
But that's month by month, so it wouldn't really matter anyway.
Correct. The other thing we've been talking about and exploring is the option regarding our ESL programming. I know that that was some questions that were brought up by the board. Currently, we have 89 students in the program, K through 12. As you know, that is a tremendous increase from where we were about 2 to 3 years ago. We were pretty much about 25 students, K to 12. In addition to that, of these students, 52 of them are at the elementary level, 18 at the middle school level, and 19 at the high school level. Of the 52 elementary students, 14 reside in the Ridgeway section of town. The remainder, which are 38 students, reside all on the MTS section of town. Of those students, the MTS students that are coming over to Ridgeway, a few of them are actually located in self-contained classrooms in Ridgeway School. So our discussions have been, which we have asked for the board recently to hire a new ESL teacher. That teacher actually started today. That gives us at the elementary 3 ESL teachers. We have 1 full-time teacher at the middle school and 1 at the high school. By providing that extra ESL teacher now at Ridgeway, we're able to have concentrated focus. What Mrs. Mazur has actually done is had the teacher that is an ESL certified teacher that is not only trained in foundations, but also she is a sheltered instruction facilitator. She's really focusing on the lower elementary, K1 to 2. Then we have someone focused on the upper elementary, and then a new teacher is a teacher that she's focusing on providing intensive intervention, instruction, because as you brought up, it does strain the support staff that's already at Ridgeway. And so the hope is that anybody that's being served with BSI or that needs specialized instruction will get that through that additional ESL teacher. We have considered providing instruction through home schools because we were thinking that perhaps the students that are residing on the Ridgeway section of town would still go to Ridgeway. Those at MTS would go to the MTS section of town. The problem is that right now we're beyond the number of 20 for Spanish-speaking students. Therefore, we have to provide what's considered high-intensity instruction, which means we need to provide double period. So the amount of periods that we would need to provide at those schools would be well beyond what we have right now, and we may need an additional staff member to be able to do that at the elementary level. However, we're still talking about ways of, considering perhaps even moving to the other section of town. Of course, that does affect enrollment in Ridgeway, and then the enrollment of MTS at that point.
How many of these 89 students, and even more importantly, the elementary ones, are classified students?
How many of those students are classified? Good question. I wrote it down because I wanted to make sure, because that's pretty much an anomaly. We've never truly had kids that were ESL and special ed. So what we
Is
have
that because they're not tested, or we just?
I'm sorry?
Is that because we don't test them?
No, I think it's because what we've
I
traditionally.
mean, how do you know if a kid's not responding if they don't understand English, or if they really have a learning disorder?
Well, we've spoken to our specialists that come in, Barbara Tedesco and PJ Frank. And actually what they're saying is that you have to first take care of the language acquisition first before you can determine if there's a true disability. What we have done recently, Mr. Pico, is we've been providing the assessments in the child's native language, which was not the case before. Because then you can get a true reading and an understanding.
You may lose a couple of years.
I'm sorry?
You may lose a couple of years in between there when you do intervention.
No. We're testing this.
I know, but if you're saying you want to learn English first, but kindergarten first, maybe second, they have some proficiency in language, and then you lost like 3 years because of providing services.
What they have said is that you can't determine the difference between either, if it's a disability or if it's language acquisition. So typically what they've said is, especially when they're young, you're trying to, and there are also perhaps some gaps in terms of when they come in first or second grade, even the higher level, that they may not have had formal instruction.
So we could give it in their native language, but it could be that they don't really truly understand Spanish per se. So they're saying that you may actually get misrepresented information. So you have to be very, very careful with that. What we've tried to do is, and where most of our kids are coming from, is from other districts, that they're considered L's and they're also special ed. We have also sent kids to team recently in Ridgeway, and those children were tested in their native language. Because, I mean, you give me a test in German, I don't speak German, I'm going to come up as if I'm learning disabled, perhaps, because that's the barrier. So what they've been saying, though, and the research supports, is really focus on the language acquisition, then go to INRS or MTSD, and then gather more information to see is it processing speed, is it related to them coming from another country, that they haven't had formal education. Also, we've been spending a lot of time working on our peer-to-peer interventions for these students, just because they really need more deep dive in terms of foundations or, math instruction. Math is the area that was really brought up to us, in particular for ESL, because they were saying that, we were giving a lot of support through SIOP training, which is the sheltered instruction, best practices for L's, but we needed to focus more on providing them math instruction. They weren't able to manipulate, they weren't able to read the word problems. By giving us the extra additional staff member, we're able to really be able to provide more instruction, be able to give that targeted instruction, but less strain on our BSI department, which was the biggest concern, because as you know, due to COVID, we have high numbers already, students that need those interventions, and then you have students that are reading language acquisition, but also they have gaps in their learning. These students also are transient, so there's gaps in terms of just the instruction that they've received. So, of those students that I spoke to you about, 12 of them are special ed. Of those 12, 4 of them are in self-contained classes. So 8 of those students are receiving in-class support instruction.
Right. Have you had any articulation from the base whether or not we're going to be getting the students from the academies or wherever they're speaking the bases? I know they're supposed to be in Venus, that's what we're going to have the base. But we had any.
Mr. Bear, go ahead.
No, so we haven't heard anything additional. We reached out to them just to get an update, and they said that everything is status quo as to where it's been. It doesn't look like it, I don't know what, it'll be this school year. I think that they're looking, I know, I'm trying to think of wood, there you go. Wood somewhere, but it shouldn't be this school year. So right now, but we're staying in close contact with them.
Will we make a hammer in the fall?
We could, but we're staying in close communication with them.
And so that even speaks to, Mr. Pete, the importance of our sheltered instruction training. Because if our teachers were sheltered instruction training, then we wouldn't need the high intensity model. The complexity becomes the high school. Because I look at other districts and I've been speaking to them, because what happens is, especially in a block, you're talking about every teacher that L comes in contact with needs to be sheltered instruction trained. And so that is an enormous amount of teachers. As you are aware of, we did offer it this year, but substitute coverage became an issue. Obviously, also being able to make a concerted effort to get everyone being able to be trained. So what we decided to do was put in our ESSER grant money for not only the training, but to pay the teachers to take the PD, because it's required for us and it behooves us. And we are going to offer that to teachers that have even taken it this past year, because that instruction was given virtually, but there's a lot of benefit to being able to give it in the summer, hands-on. And then what we will also do is provide another training for those that can't make it during the summer in the fall, with the hopes that we'll be able to get a lot of teachers sheltered instruction training. I can't say that I made that idea on my own. It actually came from Rick. I spoke to Susan McNamara and Dr. Anderson, and they actually said that they needed to get people sheltered instruction training, and that the way they did it was by paying them to come in to. And I think people appreciate PD during the summer. It's very focused. There's, you don't have to create lesson plans for being out of the classroom. You can really work intensely on it. But I also think it's something that the district really needs in place, that we should be able to provide that cadence.
I just want to make sure we were on the other side of the head when they show up in September. What do we do with them?
I'm sorry?
I was worried we were going to get hit upside the head. What do we do with them when they show up in September?
And that's really why we need to have this plan for the summer. We also, understand we just can't keep adding ESL teachers in, that just can't be the solution. And I don't see that, you asked me several years ago, where do you think it's going, Diane? I didn't have a crystal ball, but I certainly knew the trend was going up, and I think you're right, it's gonna continue to go up. So we just have to really have a plan in place that's very, very solid.
Are most of the children Spanish speaking, or you got, I'm sure you got Tagalog?
It's primarily Spanish.
Oh,
but
is it?
yeah, you know, actually, as a matter of fact, we've been keeping a very good eye on the kids that are Russian, considering what's going on with Ukraine. We have students that are from Ukraine, but primarily it's Spanish. We actually also have Tagalog, just like you said. We have an Italian speaking student, which is what I was doing as a child, and Urdu. The anomaly also is that typically we do have some kids coming from Whiting. This year we have no students from Whiting except for one child, and the parent declined the services. So the child is still doing fairly well there. We monitor the child. The kid is going from Colombia, by the way, which is where my husband's from. But a little bit older child, very formalized instruction there, speaks English rather fluently. Fell in line when we did the screener, very slightly below. Father decided he wanted her to stay, so well within his rights. We do access that child for testing also, and it will be, you know, I would like to see the results of that access test and see how the child does, but that's an anomaly. Usually we have some kids coming across town from Whiting, not many, but we do have a few.
Do we have proper coverage for the access testing, so that way teachers aren't being pulled from classrooms and there's no more
The
loss
access
of...
testing, and actually access is being done right now.
We're doing it in high school now.
Saraceno has been working very hard with the team. Last week was the first week. We didn't start the day that we came after President's Day. We started on Wednesday. We did an update today. We're moving very, very steadily along with the amount of students that we have. We anticipate being done by the end of the week and then doing makeup testing next week. What I will say to you is that we use the ESL teachers primarily. No one else is full for the testing. One of the ESL teachers that is involved in the elementary will be going to Whiting when she's done with, and I think she's done with most of her testing. Will be going to Zara. Yeah, she'll be going to test at Whiting School that one student.
That's all computerized and it's in English?
Except for the lower levels.
Kindergarten.
Kindergarten is a paper test, but we do practice tests with them. I mean, you'll also see in my budget, I've asked for more headsets. It's a specialized type of headset with a microphone.
We have to speak in.
It's very, very different. Of course, also, the thing about it, last year when we gave the test, kids were wearing a mask the entire time. By moving it back a little bit, we're hoping that some of that recording that will be being done will be allowed to be done without the masks coming next week.
And we're only testing 5 students for speaking at a time.
Yes. Yeah, it's been, you know, very different than the way we had to do testing in the past. When we're talking about 25 kids as opposed to almost 90. We've been very strategic. We made sure that we have not disrupted schedules. The principals have been great in supporting us. Obviously, we try to do the same thing we do for regular testing, those security drills while they're taking place, making sure that the kids get multiple breaks as they're going through. For the little ones, obviously, a lot of familiarity with it, but the teachers do a lot of the work with them ahead of time, so there's no stress. The kids are highlighting and spotlighting some of what they've been doing in terms of readers theater and, you know, even some of our parent engagements, we highlight with the parents what is the domains of the access test. And so we feel our teachers have done a tremendous job of preparing our students, and we're looking forward to seeing the results. Of course, you have been wonderful with us in terms of with COVID, allowing the kids to come in 5 days a week that were else, just as what we did for the special ed students, allowing them also to be able to maintain, even if they were close in their access scores, because we gave access right before we went out for COVID at the elementary level, so we kept our students in, not realizing, you know, we don't know what the regression would have been of being virtual for the remainder of that school year, and I think that that has really helped us a lot. Any questions about ESL? So you'll also see that I have included a lot of money and spending in terms of curriculum a bulk of curriculum writing this particular school year. Of course, with trying not to pull teachers out of classrooms and substitute coverage, best laid plans didn't really work out exactly the way we wanted them to, but we do have a very solid plan for making sure that we are up and running in September, which is when the implementation date is. We realized that the state had moved the implementation from September 2021 for some of the standards to September of 2022. The thing is that they're not phasing it in. They're making all the standards that are up for revisions and up for rewrite due in September. But the team has been really strategic in this. We've been working very closely with the county. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Nickel and Mrs. McLaughlin, I'm sorry, have been working with the CSI committee. Actually, Mr. Baronato was really leading that, but once he became superintendent, he kind of took over the lead with Elisa Palazzo from Little Egg. And so we're working on health and PE, which is a massive undertaking. The other thing that's big is social studies, because the grade bands are changing. It's really a total rewrite. And Linda and Michelle have worked very closely with the teachers. I will tell you, the teachers have been phenomenal in terms of unpacking standards, looking at the template, being very familiar. They are extremely dedicated to the process, and they really take great ownership or responsibility, and they also disseminate it well to their colleagues and their peers. The pacing guides that we have put in place, teachers are utilizing them. They find them much more helpful. And so you'll see that it is a bigger request, and I'm hoping that Mr. Larrington, that we don't have to pull a lot of money out of that account, because, you know, and we will try to be obviously as strategic as we can. We need to impact in some of these certainly will. But on board is elementary social studies, mathematics, middle school STEM, social studies in middle school, English in middle school. High school has business curriculum that needs to be written, math at the higher level, math courses, technology, social studies, English, and world language. And of course, obviously we spoke about the need for technology. Those are brand new standards that need to be in place. And then the civics course that we need at the middle school needs to be a standalone course. So Dr. Saracino will be working with Mrs. Driver to make sure that that is ready to go and in place.
What certification do teachers need to teach at? Social studies?
Social studies. Social studies. In terms of other expenses, we're very pleased with the evaluation tool. Mr. Rauscher has helped us quite a bit in getting a lot of documents into Genesis that we needed. We're doing our professional development plans in there. We're doing our mid-year progress in there, our SGOs in there. I think teachers are really pleased with the fact that it's all in a system. They can copy and add and not have a lot of redundancy. In fact, it's all in one place. In terms of PE, professional development, I'm sorry. We are, I think if you remember last year, we asked for Wilson certification training to be done. You approved it. We actually, unfortunately, Mrs. Nickel, we had a purchase order done with Wilson, and we also had a service agreement. They weren't able to get us trainers. So we are, as soon as this is approved by all of you, we are going to put that service agreement in place for the purchase order so that we are assured that we get the trainers that we need for certification. Our backup plan, if Wilson cannot provide us with the trainers, is that we will use the regional academy. We actually pursued that with Mr. Baronato and Mrs. Antonici as another option for training. The reason why we would like to go with Wilson is because we have consistent people that have established some rapport with our teachers already. They are very, very good with our teachers. They make sure that there's a lot of consistency and fidelity. The teachers are very receptive to them saying, no, you can't do it that way, no, you need to do it this way. And because of going in and out with the hybrid setting, I think people need to reset, and they appreciate all of that coaching that we've been given in the foundation. Of course, then you'll see that we did include Ready Classroom PD. It's year 3 training for grades K and 1, and 4th year training for grades 2 and 5. We included also some money that was spent last year by the PTA was for Lead You. We've actually included that into our ESSER grant. Learning A to Z is also on here, both for science and for reading. We've included classroom sets of Spire readers. Last year, you did approve us getting Spire readers. We only got one per building. This year, our hope is to get more, so we'll have complete sets for our teachers for BSI and special ed. iReady is still on in terms of elementary funding. We're moving to the DRA, but the DRA 3, which would be online, that would be less time consuming for teachers. Everything will be in one place. A little bit costly, but we actually include that in our ESSER funds as well. As you heard from the elementary, Generation Genius, Math and Science, Foundations Consumables, Storyworks, Mystery Science. At the middle school, Dr. Saraceno has actually put in a request for books that would align to the study thing and that would be used as novel trade books. We're moving to Readers Writers Workshop. The teachers are really appreciating the training through ECPC. And so the novels include everything from Across 5 Aprils to We Need the Street.
Are kids being held responsible for these books when they're losing them or turning them back damaged?
Absolutely. Books are very, very important to us. We make sure that we track who we're giving them to, and also if they're not getting turned back or if they damage them in any way.
I mean, I didn't go through it like, she was reading it, but $250 like for each of them, is that just to replace all the sets so that way all the sets are brand new? Like,
They're not replacing, they're actually new, but the Diary of Anne Frank, those books are very weathered. So we wanted to purchase new. And the reason for $250 is that if a grade level wants to do a grade level read, they can collaborate together, the teachers, the kids can have collaborative discussions about the same book, so it's kind of cool to do.
In that particular book, I think that was in my SSR memo. I'm actually surprised that you're saying that.
I mean, it didn't look bad when she had it in the car, but I wasn't like,
That's good to hear that.
But how many teachers are you planning to train for Wilson if it all goes through the way you hope
So
it
we're
does?
looking to do 5, one in each school. One at each elementary, so that would be 3, one at the middle school and one at the high school. Level 1 training. But the reason we're looking to do it that way, and we've spoken a lot to Mr. Baronato, you obviously understand, there's some real requirements that Wilson talks about, like kids shouldn't have previous experience with Wilson training. The other thing is that they have to have dedicated time with that child. So we've been talking to the principals about the way we would set up the schedule. Because that means that teacher would have to have a section of almost one-on-one with
It is one-on-one. It would be one-on-one. And then even with that, so those are 5 special ed teachers, and then depending on what happens with the budget, we talked about, we had a few general ed teachers that expressed interest. Also, the new reading specialist position that was approved tonight, we would ask that person if they wanted to be part of it. But kind of looking at that, and the other thing that's not in the budget that we're talking about is possibly offering a cohort of teachers to get OG certified. We're in Gillingham, and that would be through Fairleigh Dickinson. It's 4 college courses, and that would just add to our continuum of services. If we can guarantee, it's really 4 students, but they prefer 5. If 5 teachers agree to do that, then the cohort can actually be held at Manchester, and it would benefit our students because it would be a requirement that is after-school tutoring. So we'd be able to offer additional tutoring in Norton Gillingham to students that require some services.
Yeah, years ago, John, Ollie Roberson had our funds, and he actually had a whole bank of teachers for Gillingham training. A lot of those teachers have since retired, so it really behooves us to have people that have a lot of tools in their bag of tricks, and they know a lot of multisensory programming. So I like the idea of going that route also and having some little
I think Wilson is not going to work for every child, so I think having 2 programs is an awesome idea.
Exactly.
Really 3, because we have just words.
Yeah. And we also have Stevens as another option for certain kids also. So then textbooks and what we have requested in purchase. So U.S. History 1 and U.S. History 2, Dr. Saraceno actually brought a committee together, worked with the teachers, and they have recommended Savvy Learning, U.S. 1 grade for grade 10, U.S. 2 grade 11. You'll see that the request is for the same book. The reason is that is the case is because the book will actually be taught some of it half the year for half the book will be for U.S. 1 and then the other half will be for U.S. 2. Barnes and Noble, she's actually purchased the books that were above. There's been lots of conversation with the high school ELA teachers about moving to a reader's writer's workshop. So the dilemma becomes that we are actually out of the online license for my perspectives for grades 10 and 11. So the question was, do we go to a new book? And that really wasn't a popular decision with our teachers because they felt that my perspectives, they're very familiar, they know the curriculum, and they're moving to readers, writers workshops. So why bring in another layer to this? What the medium and what we decided to do is possibly do one more year of online access for my perspectives for grades 10 and 11, and then look at actively learn for 12th grade because they don't have a new textbook, and that is something that they were looking towards to enhance instruction and allow them to move to readers, writers workshop. Good? Yes. Maureen had a lot of books that were on the docket last year, but actually the teachers decided that they didn't find anything that they thought was suitable. And I really appreciate that teachers give us their honest feedback. So it's been a long time coming, but we were able to get a forensics book that we have for your consideration. We also have marine biology that's listed. Definitely, she was able to find a pre-calc book also that the teachers were feeling that would be a very good, solid book for them. Anything more to that?
Yeah, the pre-calc book is really, really good. Bob Larson, he actually is the author of our Big Ideas book, and by no means do I push it on to the teachers. They found that book and they really love it. And again, it's an excellent platform. It's mathematical, practices-based, and so we're looking forward to using that. And plus, it's something that I can also use as an additional resource in the SST class. It kind of helps line up some of the units in that. So.
I have one question before I have to leave, though. 75? We have 75 kids taking pre-calculus?
We have 75 kids taking pre-calc. We have honors pre-calc. We have, I think altogether, there's about 4 sections of pre-calc, large number of pre-calc.
I have that question too.
I'm sorry, I have to leave. I missed earlier speeches. I have to get my
No problem. Staff development, you'll see certain things I asked for your goal compliance, staff things to be able to be very efficient, get what they need to do that. We've included Wilson, we've included some sensitivity training, and then we did include some diversity, equity, and inclusion training. We've got Dr. Robin Daniels. She actually is a graduate of Harvard. She's been working with her teachers, and she has a partner that actually works with the teachers. Her name is Marguerite Lovelet, and she actually works with the Department of Ed. And so we're just looking to get another cohort of teachers to go through this training. Our administrators have all gone through this training during the summer, and she will actually put another layer of training for our administrators this summer.
How much is this sensitivity? You know I'm against sensitivity right off the top. You know I don't like that. How much is this costing? You don't have price tag.
The sensitivity training that you're talking about is ESL training. It's talking about students coming from various cultures, different economic situations.
How much does it cost?
And it costs us $2,500
$5,000 for them?
$2,500 a session. So we're offering 2 sessions, which is $5,000. Our teachers actually also provide training on that, Mr. Pete, as another added feature. So Lucy DeLeo actually presented as part of that. Our ESL teachers actually present as part of that. And then we also had the Manchester Library come in, and they actually offered that TV free to us. May I ask you your concern? I'm sorry?
I vehemently disagree with this stuff, but okay.
The sensitivity training?
Yeah, I just don't see the need for it.
You know, I'll tell you, Mr. P, one thing that they bring up, and I think it's just, you know, for me, I learned a lot just from sitting in there as well. Like when certain cultures, they may not give you eye contact because of where they come from. It was things that I didn't.
I'm not going to debate it with you. I'm just telling you, I'm against it.
Okay.
I'm just making a statement. I'm against it.
No. Okay.
And you know, we've had many discussions over the years.
Thank you. And in terms of any other trainings, we have Readers Writers Workshop that we'd like to continue on there. We have Dennis Shearing. Maureen's math teachers have absolutely loved working with Dennis Shearing. He does a lot with Desmos. He does a lot with Big Ideas. He's been a great support. He's extremely practical. I don't know Mr. Cervenak if you're familiar with him at all, if you follow him on Twitter, but he's a really very smart and interesting guy. And his approach, even in virtual setting, has been well received by our teachers. So we would like to continue that. Open SciEd, the nice thing about Open SciEd is that they're actually, the materials and a lot of their website is free, but the training is awesome. And then there are kits that we've been purchasing as well for our teachers. And these are kits that they can just go back right into the classroom and utilize, and we've seen it. Middle school has embraced it entirely, and they've asked us actually for even more, and so that's why we included it here through Title II funding. I think that is it, unless you have any questions for us. Any questions? Well, we thank you as always for your support.
Thank you, we appreciate it. Have a great night.
Thank you.
We're gonna go with Bridget next.
So just to answer some of the questions that came through, I just did a quick budget update for everybody.
I told you that they would embed them in there. Any questions I got? That's why I love the questions ahead of time, because then I can make sure all the answers are here for you.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll take any question. The answer may not be what you want to hear.
Here you are.
Very true. Bridget, thank you. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
Sure. So thank you, everybody, for your time tonight. I appreciate it. This has been a very unique situation for me to come into a new district, which I love. Today is actually 2 months, and have the opportunity to review the budget that was prepared by Mr. Wilkerson, and then over the course of the last 2 months, really trying to evaluate where we are in special services and what changes we need and programs we need. So we have been a little fluid with what that looks like after some careful analyzation. So the first thing would be taking a look at our special education population. We currently have 733 students with either an IEP or a speech-only IEP. We have, across the board, we have 20 self-contained classrooms in the district with our low to disabled classrooms, our autistic classrooms, and our OLD classrooms. And we currently have budgeted for 45 out-of-district students. This is always subject to change. There are times that we have students that transfer into our district that are already in an out-of-district placement. There are times that we have opportunities to build programs within our district and then bring those students back. Right now, I'm going through the process of visiting all of our out-of-district students in person. So I've gone to 3 schools so far, just to have an opportunity to meet the students, set eyes on them, take a look at their program, and when building and developing these programs, looking to see if they would be good candidates when they come back, if they could come back to our district. The new additions, some might be, you may have heard of some of them already, but I'll touch on them again. One is a part-time OT. We currently have 93 students receiving OT in our district, and we have 1.5 OT. One we share with the regional high school. We talked a little bit tonight about the addition to the BCBA. We're looking to have 2 teachers for emotional regulation impairment, which would be a PD posting, it used to be called behavioral disability. One at the elementary school, which we are looking and you so graciously approved tonight, and then that's the elementary school, and then for September, we're looking to move towards that middle school position. 2 RBT, which is a registered behavioral technician, powers for those ERI classrooms. And that's a really important component of this program because the training that they receive helps collect important data for plans that the BCBA sets and helps develop the program. And a school psychologist for the child studies team. Mr. Adams did touch upon the position for the special ed teacher at the high school. So we currently share with Regional Day our transition teacher, and she does a fabulous job. We're really looking to strengthen and have a more robust transition program, so it is encompassing all the components that a strong program would have. And this would benefit obviously our students, but also keep our students that are 18 to 21 population in our district. If we don't have that program in place, then there are programs at a district that do have strong components of that. Mr. Adams did talk about some of the planning that we've done so far with regard to jobs that they can do in school. Myself and Ms. Schaefer have taken a look at very well-developed transition programs in other high schools to get some good ideas. And we've actually been, we've had a great cooperation with Mr. Brown and Brown and Maintenance and our food services to help get our students some jobs in our school, especially during COVID. So right now, we're on a good path and we're continuing to strengthen that. We are continuing to look at our programs and staffing and make movements where needed, with regard to, what the needs come as they come up. We have had a very large number of special ed between even October and now of coming in between transference, new eligibilities, and refalls. So we do see that. One question you may have is why we need our own BCBA after outsourcing for so long. We did take a good look at this. Currently, we go between two different private companies, and we pay $50,000 a year, and it is for 41 hours per month. So when we take a look at that price that we're spending, with this new program, with this new plan that we have in place, with the share between us and the regional day school, we're going to increase the amount of hours per month just in our school minus regional day, 50 hours per month. That's a lot more services for kids for the money, and they will be integral parts of planning and developing those emotional regulation impairment classes. Another part of our budget is extended school year. As you know, the extended school year is something that every district has every year. It's not for every single special education student. It's for the students that have shown a need based off of regression and improvement after extended breaks. So for example, if we are off for that longer break in November, or then the winter break, spring break, we look to see if these students had materials mastered, information mastered prior to the break, they come back and it's like it really wasn't introduced. We collect data on that, and then we make sure that we address those regression and recruitment issues in the summertime. It's not new learning, it's really what they lost during those breaks, and we want to make sure that we keep them on a steady path so that in that September, they really aren't that far behind, and it prevents that gap from getting larger. So I gave some stats of right now where we are with numbers, and this is just directly from our frontline IEP system of who is eligible for related services, extended school year and related services according to that frontline IEP. There's a couple of things that would be taken into consideration. Some of these students have not had their annual review yet, so they may have been eligible for tests, but not this coming extended school year. The reverse of that situation may be in play, and we also have to look at parents and families that have other plans for the summer and choose not to send their students for extended school year. So we did post. We are really getting a good jump start on the staffing for extended school year to see that, to make sure that we have enough professionals to staff it, and if we don't in-house, then do we need to post outside? So we're giving ourselves plenty of time to take that into consideration. information. And as far as how many staffing we would need, it's still too early to tell because we don't know the family plans for that at this point. Another part of extended school year that you'll see in the budget would be the child study team staff that we need. Referrals can go all year round. They don't stop just because it's summer and we're not in school. So I need to have full child study teams to take in those referrals, decide if evaluations are warranted, and then proceed with those evaluations, development of IEP if eligible, and the IEP meeting. So you'll see that component in there as well. You've heard a little bit tonight about some movement we have. We have currently, right now, 18 preschool referrals, so we're waiting for those to be completed to determine eligibility. The probability of these students being eligible is on the higher side. A lot of them did come from early intervention and they're currently receiving services now. We have 41 students moving from the elementary school into the middle school. We have 55 students moving from the middle to the high school in our district here, and then we have 18 students coming from Lakehurst going to our high school. Currently, we have 56 students that are expected to graduate. That number may change as a result of the bridge year that was granted. So we do have some students, and through a child study team, an IEP rather team decision is felt that during COVID, they really were at a loss and weren't provided enough of their education. They're entitled to an additional year, and that can be in our district, that can be out of our district. It depends on their program and the determinations made at that meeting. So we do have that number expected to graduate, development at a lower cost, and some even free via webinars. Does anybody have any questions?
I do. I have questions regarding extended school year.
Sure.
So for the last, I know at least the last 7 years I've lived here, at the elementary school level, ESY was always offered to all students who want it. Parents didn't have to fight for it. There was no arguments. It was, if your kid wants to come, they come. And there was never high enrollment in ESY until last summer. Last summer's program was garbage, to say it as nicer. Those kids didn't get quality ESY programming. So is that no longer going to be an option, like our parents are going to have to battle to get ESY for their children?
Well, I hope it wouldn't be a battle. I'm hoping that through the professionalism and the practice of data collection, teacher input, parent input, that the decisions are made collaboratively. I can't speak for historically what's happened. I know in any district that I've been in, it is by need. So if there's a need, then yes, they'll be able to attend that extended school year.
And also staffing too, I mean, that's the other thing that we keep in mind too. Not that that is part of, like, it's part of our decision, but it doesn't make our decision for us. I know that last year in my district, we had a very difficult time during staff, so we did it twofold. We did externally, right, just for summer, and then also independent that we were interviewing for fall. Like for a start in September, we would say to them, are you available during the summer? And we would onboard them right away and include them for our summer programs.
Yeah.
So hopefully by getting a jump start and having an idea of who is willing to work this summer, we can really maximize our staff to provide any students that need it.
Well, that'd be good, because I know last year my child spent the whole summer program with Miss Moore and Miss, but she didn't spend any time in her classroom.
I'm so
Legally, so like in my head, I have a very hard time.
Right, and that's
Kids,
frustrating.
And I'm sitting here now going, great, I have an argument.
No. I'm sure.
And I don't want parents to feel that way because
I would hope they wouldn't either. You know,
I'm thinking about, you know, the other parents I know that my daughter usually goes with who don't necessarily need to be there for academic reasons.
And I would say it's always IEP based, because I did try to look at steps historically as well for that. So there could be times that they were not eligible and the parents didn't ask or have a further discussion about it to point out some other evidence that might not have been known at the time of the meeting. It could have been that, you know, a lot of people, parents, children, teachers, it was very hard for staffing, just chose to take a break and say, I'm done, I need a couple months off. So
The last year, we've never seen numbers like that coming in Violet. Last year was completely chaos.
It was
Like, I think they had double the amount of students that showed up.
I'm sure.
I don't think they ever expected that many.
So statistically too, I did look to see if every student, because I saw that question as well, received extended school year in their IEPs, and they did not. So it wasn't offered to everybody, but it just might look like the floodgates opened because you had more of gaps that were present as a result of COVID that really necessitated more students coming in. One other thing I'd love to point out too is that historically, I believe that they were housed more centrally located within like one building.
Yeah.
We're going to be opening that up to different schools, and especially the like the middle school, the graduating 8th graders will be having their extended school year at the high school, and that will help us with travel planning for kids that need it, transitioning, and get that, get comfortable in that new environment. And the same for our 5th graders going into middle school.
That makes sense. It just, they never went by eligibility. It was always just a survey coming, yes or no. It was always they sent it to everybody.
We will be sending, basically, an RSVP, if you will, saying, are you going to be taking advantage of the services that are in your IEP? We can't mandate it. It is definitely optional, but hopefully by posting early, and we just posted, and I did get a few resumes already, so I'm really hoping that we have enough, and then we can start having those conversations with our families with regards to what the enrollment's going to look like for the summer. With the schools opening, we're having more locations that will help with as well. Does anybody else have any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time and your support, and I really have enjoyed my first 2 months in the district, so I'm excited to continue with such a great staff and board.
Thank you. Thank you, Bridget. We appreciate it.
Technology.
Mr. Rauscher?
You want some Sixers read?
That's a good one.
I'm not watching baseball.
Thank you all for having me tonight. Go over some things that we kind of covered last year, what we've done, what we did over the 21-22 current school year, things we're planning for next year. This year, what idea was, when it comes to technology, is we need to make sure that our network was up to speed. We were bringing back 3,000 students with devices, with staff, and they procure those, the infrastructure holds on with the devices that have the network that are being utilized at a higher rate than they were when they were just sitting in carts. So with some funds available, we were able to do some projects over the summer. We upgraded our firewall. The good news is we did not pay for any of these items. Money came from ESSER, and then money came out of our E-rate consortium. So the way E-rate works is based off some of our demographic numbers off of free and reduced. We basically get a fund back from a federal program based off of the FCC. When you pay your cell phone bill, cable, that kind of stuff, there's a fee that goes towards this FCC program. That money then goes back to libraries, it goes back to school districts called E-rate. So for some of these projects, we use ESSER funds and E-rate to kind of procure both the cost of the cost of the district for these projects. So we kind of outlined kind of the survey, how best to utilize these funds to upgrade our network, security, that type of stuff. So our firewall was getting towards the end of life. We had like 4 or 5. It was actually 5 years old. So we're contracting. We stay another 2 or 3 years. We have the funds now. Let's do it now. So we upgraded our firewall over the summer, and then we also did our core edge network layer 2 and access switches. Basically, these are the devices that are in the schools and at our high school, where our main data center is, where it routes all the traffic back over our WAN and local network. Basically, allows all telecommunications, phones, cameras, data, everything to transport back out to the internet from all of our sites. In Manchester, it's such a rural area here. There's such a wide area of streets and highways and stuff. You don't have any dark fiber connection between all locations, so we rely on Comcast and Verizon to kind of pair our buildings together off a WAN connection. So having a strong core network switch allowed us to be able to get our speed up a little bit when it came to our bandwidth. So we did that as also one of the projects, which was also funded by E-rate and ESSER. We upgraded our access points in all of our classrooms. We were finding last year when kids and staff were on Zoom and Google Meets, when the wireless was initially implemented, they had a wireless access point that was basically in between 4 classrooms. At the time, it's sufficient enough for those devices to connect. Once we saw students that were on these video conferencing systems, and they were towards like the windows of the buildings that were having a really low signal. And once one person has a low signal, it turns the speed down. The rest of everybody else connected to the device to concur that same speed. So we really were having a hindrance on site. So we said, let's upgrade the access points. It also was funded by E-Rate and ESSER. And then with that, we gave us some data analytics with our switches and access points that kind of co-talk together. We can see when there's outages in the building down to the pole, down to the access point on the web, so that having a console and using command line. So we really new upgraded equipment that we were able to procure. We upgraded domain controllers, which is like an online on-site server. We phased in our first phase of paper cut. We had a very old fleet of on-site printers in each of the classrooms. We're trying to come up with a solution without replacing 300 printers. How can we have staff centralized print, but also make it sufficient, secure. So paper cut is an option, allows basically staff to go into copiers, print. Documents will sit there, they can enter a code in and then retrieve their documents at any time. It holds the job for 24 hours. So they can print 50 documents. When it's their prep, they can go up and collect the documents and no one else can have access to them unless they have their PIN. With some funds, actually with paper cut too, it also allows them to print from the Chromebooks, which was an issue we had last year where we had given out staff devices to our Chromebooks for our staff, and they weren't able to use the Chromebooks to print off of, which we, I'm a paperless guy. I try to go as paperless as possible, but there is a case that I see in a classroom where there needs to be printing done. So we said, how can we make the solution of letting our teachers print from the Chromebooks, and that paper cut was that option. For CADA, we basically, I think last 2019, we implemented the high school camera system. We went a little further with that with some security funds available, with some grants. It's all out to all the elementary schools now. Right now, we're actually installing regional day school cameras. We're doing it all on site, which is great. We didn't have a vendor come on, so all these projects were done in-house. That was one bonus to our tech team. Buildings and grounds, Mr. Brown has given the opportunity with our electrician to run the cabling. We don't have to pay prevailing wages when it comes out to paying for a vendor to pull cable in the building. We're lucky to have that electrician on site. Talking to other coordinators around the county and state, we're very lucky to have that position. Mr. Brown lends his hand to us as much as we need, so I greatly appreciate that. We also too implemented Cisco, our second phase of our Cisco single wire. We rolled out voice over IP phones to all the classrooms of our MTS and over to the middle school. We will be rolling, we're pricing out right now, getting quotes out for now Ridgeway and Whiting and Regional Day School to complete the project. We also implemented another 1,200 devices, Chromebooks for students that were set to be replaced. That was the third year of our replacement cycle. That in the next 2 years, we should not have to buy new devices based off the longevity of those devices. They're a 5-year cycle on those devices. Once that 2 years from now, we'll start to look at what devices are needed for those programs. We also installed 500 flashing computers. Going forward to the 22-23 school year, it's just some typical stuff we're looking at when we're looking at license renewals, that type of stuff. We have our backup. Everybody sees kind of what's going on in the world when it comes to cybersecurity. So we really have to do our due diligence, stay up in the news here, make sure our data is backed up. I was at a conference just about a month and a half ago in Fort Town of Hillsborough. Had a huge event the day before spring break. If you haven't seen it in the news, it happened last year. And one of my colleagues who works there kind of explained the situation, how it went from communication. Very, very great presentation he did, but it's something to really make sure we do our due diligence, make sure it's backed up, or we have a really strong security front when it comes to our network. So in our 22-23 budget, we have a backup software. With that is also immutability for our backup. So basically, it's sorted out to the cloud. On site, we have a local backup of the data we have. So all of our student information, staff information, that stuff is stored locally. And then on a nightly basis, it's sent out to our cloud provider, and it's immutable. It's object locked, so people can't. They're also seeing that now. Where basically, somebody will hack in, they'll encrypt ransom the backup systems. So even now it's far to the cloud. So now these cloud providers are making it immutable where nothing can be written over once an object's entered into that cloud space. So that's the system that we had we implemented last year. We also have a third measure when it comes to our Genesis system. Our Genesis is backed up from them on a nightly basis. Not always sending out to our cloud provider. Genesis is taking a snapshot of it. So God forbid there's a catastrophe, the building comes inoperable, there's a ransomware event. We do have the capability to restore data and spin it up live into the cloud. Last year we implemented Incident IQ as well. It was a ticketing system for inventorying. Along with inventorying, it also allows teachers, staff, students to create tickets. We were using a freeware version. This system gives us some really deep data dive on the amount of tickets that are open, what's kind of going on. We can create trends and see, maybe one service is down, it kind of highlights that type of stuff. It allows us to build out inventory down to the user, to the room level, that type of stuff. So basically, say computer 1 is in room 100 with this projector down to the serial. It was a pretty daunting task to implement it, but we're getting some good data now on that. We're just budgeting some basic Chromebook repairs, stuff like that. We did see an increase of damage this year with the devices, I think, going back and forth, and, from the book bags and that type of stuff. So that's something we're evaluating how we go forward with the cost of replacing those devices and fixing them. Obviously, we take a look at it. Looks like it was intentionally broken. We can incur that cost to the parents and to the guardians. We have some local tech stuff. The stuff is needed through the year, whether it be parts of servers, switches, and that type of stuff. And then some licensing for our website, security certificates, and that type of stuff. We also, through the use of ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and CARES, we budgeted and we're able to get a lot of software for educational technology. Screencastify, Edpuzzle, Canny, Snap and Read, Opara, Google Workspace for Education. So we bought Google Workspace for Education due to the fact to be able to use Google Meets, originality reports. There's also a huge bonus when it comes to when we purchase the cloud space. It also gives us some security measures from the admin perspective. We can do some things so that typically on a free version of Google Workspace we don't get. So that's been nice to be able to get that for the next 2 years. We budget all the way for these products all the way up to 23, 24 through the use of ESSER 3. And then since we have Nearpod as well. So we were able to provide some data based on these, how some of these programs were used. And we're seeing a really good turnaround. Very, very imperative to staff and the job they're doing. When we're back in this learning environment, they didn't forget technology. They're using it in their classroom every day, and it's kind of what we had to upgrade a network, and I'm happy to say that. I'm happy to see the resources that are available being used. Any questions?
I have a comment. I was not going to go on my Edpuzzle soapbox, but I have seen it being used the wrong way. I'm not going to spell out any secrets, but it's definitely being used wrong. And it's really bothering me for spending $16,000 on it. I really, really disagree with it being used as an assessment tool where it's got a heavy weight. By heavy weight, I mean
it's not supposed to be used as an assessment.
But it is. It 100% is. I've seen it firsthand.
That's a discussion.
At the high school specifically.
So what we can do is have our technology coach, he pushes out training, and we should have her also be available to kind of go over our puzzles that way. And even if we do it at the start of the year, we can include it as our tech tool update, and we can kind of talk specifically about Edpuzzle and really just any of this, how it shouldn't replace them. It's supposed to elevate and enhance their instruction. It's not supposed to replace it or replace assessments. It's supposed to help them. Like exactly what you said, which was the formative piece. We want them. It shouldn't be used as a summative.
I mean, you differentiate. You give like a, confirm your learning as you go. It should not be used like for a quiz. Like I wanted to call it my.
No, I agree with you. You should use it like an exit ticket, an entrance ticket. What did you want on your homework? How.
Yeah, and I think that you think it's cool and you start using it, then you just start going like real deep and not realizing that it's not being used properly. So sorry, I'm off my. That was my. I mean, it's a word too, so I'm off my Edpuzzle soapbox.
We appreciate it, but we'll make sure that we definitely roll this out the right way in the fall just to help your concerns. All right, thanks, Chris. We appreciate it.
Facilities or transportation, either one.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Thank you.
Michelle said I can upload.
Yeah, past my bedtime. Good evening, thank you for having me here tonight to present my transportation budget. I want to start off with what we need to purchase this year for busing. There's 5 buses that are going to age out, that are hitting their 5-year limit, so we'd like to purchase 2 54-passenger vehicles and 3 minibus, 20 buses. I buy the Thomas's C2s. I try to stay consistent with the buses, because that does help with the maintenance. I stockpile, so it's easier for the mechanics to fix the buses. They already know what the problem is, so I stay consistent with that. It's also easier for the drivers to jump into if there's anything wrong with their bus. So all the buses have been remaining the same since I've been here before. How many years has it been? 5, 6 years. So fuel will be going up this year. That's a brainer there.
Are you giving any estimate how high it might go?
Yeah, I would like to know that.
Nobody's giving you estimate.
How high it's gonna go.
So, I mean, one good thing is we don't pay the taxes, so the price you see on we're not paying that, but we're still paying
Yeah.
significantly more than we were last year.
Yeah, and our minis use, gas, our big buses use the diesel. Mileage has gone up this year, hopefully it'll continue to go up because that means we've come to a normal year this year. Out of districts, Aid and Lou, I'd like to say later on to the end. Right now, we currently have 42 contracted drivers and 18 contracted loads. We normally have 45 contracted drivers. As of September, I've been short 3 contracted drivers. It's been a little tough this year trying to keep it going every day, because what happened, the transponder, our new routing system that we bought last year has been a lifesaver for us. We used it this year. It helped me condense routes where it kind of freed up some other drivers that I'm kind of using as subcontracted drivers to cover that people that are out sick. So I also have 2 drivers that are out on medical leave. So it's been a tough year trying to get everything covered.
That's true in every district. You see signs everywhere that they want to hire.
Yes, it's across the country. It's not just in the state of New Jersey.
It's not just because our wages are bad or whatever.
One of our pluses that we always had in Manchester is that we train right in our facility. But the federal government got involved this year. And as of September 7th, I had to register our district as a certified training center for training. So this is all new to us. I got the 4, we do have 4 trainers. We're all on board now. We have to keep a theory class. Actually, the trainers have to pass a test with an 80 and above that we have to make up all this material ourselves. And we have to do behind the wheel training, which we normally take care of anyway. But now everything has to be logged into this website. Everything has to be okay before we even take our trainer to the site to take their test. So now that has become more difficult. The transponder, of course, that was a lifesaver this year. I also I have the daily district routes, what we've been doing every day. We do 43 routes a day. It covers all the schools, so you can see how many buses we have in and out of these schools. In the morning, it's a 3-hour window. In the afternoon, it's a 3-hour window. During the midday, we have our vocational schools. We have our after-school programs, and we also cover the sports. We also do Lakehurst. We do all their transportation also. Aid and Lou, so I know there's a lot of questions about Aid and Lou. St. Joe's and Mondon, we do in-house. There currently is 68 students. If we had to pay them Aid and Lou, it would be $68,000. So what we do, and I have been able to do this year, keep that route, because that saves us. Those routes cost about $15,000 between the buses that I send to St. Joe's versus the 68. So I wish I could do that with all of them, but as you can see, I put the numbers up here. We are covering now 37 schools with 100 Aid and Lou students. It's hard to,
Yeah, we don't have
It's
that.
in with Craig gave you the packet.
okay, so that's about 100 aid and move students that we do not transport. I want to explain how aid and move work. The aid and move is when the parent chooses to not go to one of our district schools and to go to a private school. That has to be within 20 miles of their home. Anything over 20 miles, we do not have to transport. Anything under 20 miles, we have to transport or pay aid and move to. Okay, that's federal law. So, which I think we found out is federal law, not state. So, we try, there's no way I can cover all of the aid and move runs. It's every day, I'm getting phone calls, it's just crazy in there what's been coming in, and we have a lot coming in even for next year. So right now, we've doubled from last year, and I can see it doubling again. We're trying to keep up, and so that's gonna be a big problem. I can't even, predict how many numbers, what the numbers are gonna be. So it's actually doubled from last year. Our out-of-district schools is totally different because that's when, the child study team recommends students going to disabled schools, out-of-district to, we go, Ocean and Monmouth counties, and that we cannot cover their runs. We used to cover a few of them, but anything that we can't go to, we have to put out the bid to Monmouth Ocean Ed, and then the lowest bid wins. And there's not much we can do about that. So, any questions about aid and move?
When you do sports buses, you send like one bus with the JV team and another bus with the varsity team?
Yeah, I have conversations with Mr. Lister and also Mr. Barnard. Yesterday, we were just going over things that we can do. Things that we can do. A little creative, like, double back, drop them off. Go after 4 o'clock. If you go after 4 o'clock, you have all the drivers you want. Because these drivers, like I showed you, are done at MTS
I'm
time.
thinking more the price of gas now. than the driver.
Yeah, yes, true. But I don't have the drivers to do 2 runs. It would be 2 runs either way. If we went back and forth, and we piggyback back and forth, and we could set them all on
Back and forth
and go back again, and that's what, yeah. Or you send 2 buses for JV, and 1 bus for varsity. Also, if they go on a Saturday, it can work for us. We have all the drivers leaving on a Saturday or Sunday, after 4 o'clock Saturday or Sunday. So, because I'm a little, spring sports is very heavy for us. So I'm concerned about that also. And then trips, any trips that, during the day, between 9 and 1 we can cover. I know some of the classes wanted to go to Philly and this and that, we can't cover them because they need to be back for high school runs. So, yes,
Thank you, Michelle, we appreciate it.
thank you.
Have a great night. And last but not least,
What everybody's waiting for.
I'll hear about these 2 that part.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to touch on a few things that we accomplished last school year, which ran into this summer. At the high school, hopefully everybody knows the track and tennis courts were resurfaced. It was very, very nice. Everybody,
It was very
there's no
nice.
bumps anymore.
Very nice. She got experience in her senior year there.
Some other things at the high school, if you've been in the building, you would notice in the lobby area and the foyer areas where the old building connects to the new, we changed all the old CFL lighting to LED lights. You get rebates on all that, which helps. Our new trainer's room is almost finished. Believe it or not, we couldn't even put the floor down because we couldn't get the right size trowel because of the whole supply chain thing here. But that's almost done. Tubs are in, floors in, doors went up today, all the plumbing's finished. The auxiliary gym got painted last year, new flooring in the guidance offices. There was approximately 25 rooms that had new code base and lighting and all that. And once again, the light fixtures all went through rebates. There's a few more things on the list, but you have these lists, correct? Okay. The middle school, obviously this room is done. The elevator was refurbished, the inside of it, now looks like a real elevator. New stair treads went in some of the stairwells. Like Chris touched on, the security cameras went up, the electrician helped with that. Some more ceilings were done in MTS and offices and whatnot. Lunch tables were replaced at MTS, and the stairwell railings were all scraped and painted correctly. See, at Regional Day, we went through, the main office was remodeled. One of the employees, actually her husband, did the flooring for us, which was nice. We had to put the money out for that. A lot of painting went on. We have a new head custodian over there, Crystal, who turned that building around. She's turned it upside down. It's cleaner than ever. We had several trees removed that were impeding on our drainage system over there. We redid the piping in-house. The trees we had a contract out, they were all close to electrical wires and whatnot. Let's see, Ridgeway, say Chris touched on the cameras. If you've been over to Ridgeway, you'll notice that the hallways no longer have carpet, except for kindergarten. But we do have the supplies to change that for this summer. Let's see, several ceilings were replaced, more LED lighting went in over there. The exterior whiteboard and sail shade went up for the outdoor classroom in the courtyard, which they got a lot of use out of, and that weather is coming right around the corner, so they can use it again. Room 9 over there was renovated. It was a tech steam room, and now it's a self-contained room with an ADA sink went in. This summer, we want to do a full ADA bathroom in there. That'll all be in-house.
What is room 9? Is that the old tech room?
Yes.
Right at the end of the second grade hall?
Yes. Over at Whiting, the hallway ceilings were replaced. From the main office down to classroom 1. A couple other rooms, 14 to 15, the ceilings were replaced. Some exterior doors were painted. Bridget's office has been gutted and remodeled over there after Ollie left. We have new HVAC actually in the transportation building now. The air conditioning was replaced, the boilers went in. Waiting on the rebates for that. And the carpet was replaced in the board building even up there, and we are now on a sewer system. No longer have to get our system pumped out every other week. We did all the controls for the heating and cooling. The district were upgraded except for Whiting. That's a different system. We're looking at that also, but I want to thank Mr. Rauscher over there. He got involved, so we had all our IP addresses and everything, so we go forward and made sure that the security with the system was up to par with all the cyber stuff now. They'll actually hack your building through your HVAC. This year coming up, we're going to continue to work with the architects for the ESSER funds, but there's some work that we're going to do that we don't need them for because we can go through a co-op to get other HVAC equipment when it's just replacing in kind, and we'll save all those architectural fees. The high school, the batting cages will finally get done now that we'll get the rest of the parts. They're supposed to be coming in a week now. We're going to continue with the fire panels, with addressable devices. Press box is coming up to be replaced this summer.
I want to improve the signage. What is that?
All over. We want to put on the side of the building, the old part of the building where it says Manchester High School in little letters. We want to get a sign that actually is our hawk. So when you come in, you actually see that you're at Manchester High School, and it's like predominantly shown. On the press box, we'll put the same hawk symbol up there. Gertain is working with us to get us pricing on that. No, that we don't have the pricing on. It won't be too bad. It's a metal sign that's like the old enamel signs were, except they're not enamel, but they're metal, and you bolt it along for the light that shines down on it. Let's see, there were some other HVAC rooftop units there. That's what I spoke about that we can do without having to go through the architect. There's one that has to, that's auxiliary gym, because there's steel work has to be done. And hopefully we'll get that one air conditioned, but that won't even be this summer, because by the time it goes out to bid, it's actually gonna be next summer. At the middle school here, we'd like to add some mechanical dehumidification on the first floor in this front hallway. We always seem to have issues there with moisture. This way it'll constantly be dehumidifying. We want to put portable units out in the hallways. And that'll be on our control system, so it's monitored completely. We'll continue with our ceiling replacements and our preventive maintenance. We're working on getting the additional parking right outside this meeting room out here.
How many spaces you want to put?
We are allowed to add 15, 5 over here, right outside this door, and along the field, we can add 10.
Is that gonna take away from the field though?
What's that?
Will it take away from the field?
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
It won't even touch the tree line.
Oh, okay.
We did take out some of the trees that were back here already, and there were some dead trees right before the field that were taken out for safety reasons anyway, but no more have to go. Let's see, Ridgeway, continue with the fire panel also, since we updated the panels and we want to continue putting addressable devices in. We'll continue with the ceiling replacements. We're going to improve some of the water flow to the air handling units, get a higher temperature out of them. Hopefully, the wind bid, and that won't happen until next summer. And we'll continue with the concrete work there. Same at Manchester Elementary, more addressable fire devices. Continue with the ceiling replacements, basic concrete repair replacement, preventative maintenance, and we'll replace carpeting as needed. That's the one building with a lot of carpet left, but when it's in good shape, you're not going to just throw it away. We'll wait for it to wear down. Whiting, same thing, addressable fire devices, continue with the ceilings, preventative maintenance. All the classrooms that don't have hot water in the sinks yet, that will be finished this summer. And cameras are already done, so that was on the list.
Ms. Swift was wanting additional parking spots, that's not in the plan for this year.
No, Highlands gets involved in everything out there. We'd have to get a special approval and permit and everything. And
There's no she's had her.
Yeah, she asks for it every year. We haven't looked at it. The problem is, even parking back there, it's still not really going to address her issue or help. We're still going to have people that are going to have to park on
You're going to talk about
accessible.
300 people.
Yeah. So for the money it would cost to put the parking in, it's.
I agree.
yeah, because the cost, you have to add in underground reclamation. All can't be in an open basin anymore, so that's the most expensive part. That's if they even approve it. For equipment-wise for this department, we have 3 trucks that are basically, they're holding on but barely. One of them's actually out of service now, a 2002. We have 2 other 2006 pickups that are just beyond their life.
Now you can't find used trucks right now.
Well, luckily, well,
That's
we
why
don't.
we can go out on a state contract and buy a brand new truck cheaper than we can buy a used truck.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah, so that's what, we're just waiting on the pricing to come out on that.
Aren't we all?
Since they're not even making them.
I know. Well, now the chips are coming back to Canada, so maybe we can do it.
And there's, for grounds department, I have in the budget 2 riding mowers that actually pick up grass, because in the past they would cut grass and get a rainy week. It builds up and they're cutting it 3-4 times and using blowers trying to get it. These mowers will actually pick it up and they can go dump it in the woods and take care of all that. And I also put in there for a part-time custodian to take care of the admin, building, and transportation. At this present time, one of the custodians leaves Whiting School, which only leaves 1 person in the building. If you have an outside event or a back-to-school night or anything, it leaves 1 person to take care of the whole building. It also improved the cleanliness and the appearance of the building, which we want to keep at that level that we're bringing it to. And it'll help the administration building also, because when someone runs in, runs out, it's just not getting the attention.
We had talked about building a pole barn or something at the high school. Is that ever?
Yes, the pole barn is up. We're waiting on the concrete to be poured. The weather hasn't been cooperating.
Where did you put it? Back out by the softball field?
Yes, it's right by the softball field.
So right next to the
fence
football field
they have. So once the concrete's done and we're usable, fencing will be all the way around it, that'll get replaced, and we'll paint the little pump house to match it, so they're all cleaned up back there and everything. It's gonna be huge to have grounds working out of the high school and not all the way over here, right?
You still have that scrap yard there next to it?
What's that?
That scrap yard or that?
That'll all be gone.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
Yes,
going to
that's
be
an eyesore.
no eyesores, you're gonna see a nice building, well, the building does look nice already, we just gotta get the concrete for it. All the equipment will be stored inside, keep it out of the weather, we'll probably put a little lean-to out back to keep the snow plows out of the weather during the off-season. That wraps it up, if anyone has any questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. It's a better district, but we're working on it.
I'm sorry, what was it?
You make this whole district better because of your work.
Oh, thank you. Glad you appreciate it.
Any public participation on any item? All right, I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
See you in 3 weeks. Football game's on.
I sent the email out, I'll have the schedule together for April 1st, so plan on.
Sorry.
Figure out if you wanna keep 2:15 or grid play, and then I'll work backwards.